Woke up to my phone screen colder than space. Yeah, scrolling through my dreams like they all got erased. Yeah, I'm dropping my brightest, my swing, my best. But it sinks in the silence I can never get the guess. Yeah, no ticket tab, personal street to keep. No strangers typing words they're never gonna speak. But the street in the beat and it's slipping away. Like I feel like I never should have showed up today. Maybe it's magic or maybe it's math. Yeah, maybe it's a ghost I forgot to follow back. I'm out here performing for a room full of air. And the silence is so heavy it feels like no one cares. Still wondering who's holding me down. Yeah, I'm still wondering who fucks with my sound. Still wondering who's gonna stick around. But I guess I'll never know till they put me in the ground. 0 likes, but I guess I'm still alive. Still shouting in the dark just to fucking throw the vibe. If the world wanna watch, then I guess I'll improvise. And I'm dancing with the shadows and they're always on my side. 0 likes, but I'm still in the frame. Yeah, you can lose it all, but you still got your name. Maybe it don't matter, but it makes it a waste of time. And it feels like the shit isn't really worth the dime. Yeah, I can't believe the number still doesn't wanna move. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if I got something to prove. Surfing the web for dopamine hit, but the silence keeps stacking up bit by bit. Getting 0 likes feels just like a disease. Who knew it was so easy to be a people please? Yeah, why does she post when the whole world can see? 0 likes means 0 love and everyone agrees. Maybe it's magic or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, who even knows who will play this fucking song? There's a little freedom in letting it go. I just don't know why it took me so long. 0 likes, but I'm still alive. And I'm shouting in the dark just to fucking feel the vibe. If the world wanna watch, then I guess I'll improvise. Cause I'm dancing in the shadow just like they're on my side. 0 likes, but I'm still in the frame. And I can change my play if I can't change the game. Maybe I'm just wired different, y'all just the same. And I got 0 likes, but I got 0 shame. I've seen trends burn bright and fade tonight. Whole stars disappeared and they're out of the light. I'm still here building with my bare hands while they chase the next click and I'm making my stand. I borrowed no shine, no viral cheat. Just honest words laid over this fucking beat. And if nobody's clapping when the curtain drops, I'll still have my truth cause that's all I fucking got. One day maybe I'll scroll back through and find a little gold buried in the fucking blue. But if they don't, then I'll be just fine. Cause I'm dancing in the shadows this whole goddamn time. Cause the flames are whispering and fades with the wind. But your name's something you carry to the end. So I keep writing all the world walk past. But 0 likes feeling like it still lasts. Yeah, 0 likes, but I'm still alive. Cause I'm shouting in the dark just to fucking feel the vibe. If the world wanna watch, and I still improvise. Cause I'm dancing in the shadows like they're on my side. 0 likes, but I'm still in the frame. Yeah, you can lose the crowd.
By the way, I have been with multiple women, not bragging.
What?
By the way, I have been with multiple women, not bragging.
What? What did he say?
By the way, I have been with multiple women, not bragging.
What?
By the way, I have been with multiple women, not bragging.
Listen, beats. You hit me up just like you never left. Now it's 3 weeks late, but the time is still fresh. You asking me what's up, like we just talked last night. Then you vanish real quick, and I don't even get the type. 1 minute you're here, and the next you're off the map. Leaving me on red, then you try to double back. You coming in hot, then you turn real cold. You just like the story that never gets told. You so rough, just enough to mess up my head. Sending me a hand to a AM and then you're out to bed. Every time I think that you finally moved on, you back in my DMs acting like nothing's wrong. There's a ghost in my DMs, what am I gonna do? I try to move on, but something pulls me back to you. You a ghost in my DMs, you always disappear. Then you slide right back, the whole thing is so weird. Then you drop a heart emoji, when you pay the black, and you leave me wondering if you'll ever take me back. You a ghost in my DMs, playing hide and seek. Say that we know each other, but we barely speak. Say that there's no words of blue that turn around and that's brand new. No more questions and you say green wine. When you finally hit me up, it's a big surprise. I try to live more, but it never holds. I find an excuse when that screen light's gold. I know your tricks and I know your games, and I still fall back, and it's always the same. Sing your name pop, but the words never came. Rooms too crowded, but the love ain't the same. The pictures with no face, vanish with no trace. Every line feels colder, now it's time to replace. There's a ghost in my DMs, what am I gonna do? I tried to move on, but something pulled me back to you. You a ghost in my DMs, you always disappear. Then you slide right back, the whole thing is over. You drop a heart emoji, and then you take the flag. Leaving me wondering if you're ever gonna take me back. You a ghost in my DMs, playing hide and seek. You say we love each other, but we rarely speak. Thoughts in the chat, memories on read. Don't talk now, but the silence still bleeds. Digital echoes, catch the sound of a ghost in my inbox, trying to spin me around. You're there when I show you, there when I call. Living in the shadows with no light at all. Typing like your name, and you fade away. Every word feels colder than yesterday. You a ghost in my DMs, haunting me deep. Promises you made, but you really couldn't keep. You a ghost in my DMs, you always disappear. And you slam right back, but you've been right here. Then you drop a heart emoji, and then you fake the flag. Then you leave it be waiting for another text back. You a ghost in my DMs, playing hide.
By the way, I have been with multiple women, not bragging.
Yo, 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 what it does, YouTubes, what it does. Salute to you guys and welcome in. My name is Blizzy Blind. I am your handsome, mustachioed host, and you are looking very pretty today. Salute to you, and in case nobody told you, I had to tell you here now, you look quite handsome and beautiful. Now, I hope you guys are having a awesome evening. Hey, hello, Jen. What's up, Cake Mix? Salute to you guys and welcome home. Um, I hope y'all guys are having a good day. I'm having a good day, and I wasn't gonna stream today. Well, I didn't have anything planned, and then well, two things. I saw King Pill, who is somebody, man, the for all intents and purposes, like you shouldn't like him. I mean, at least according to the narrative, according to the mainstream narrative, that is the he is a rather unlikable character supposedly. But I think the dude is super cool, yo. I think the dude is super cool. I think that the guy has very unique insights and style, and I want to show support. That way, every chance I get, if you guys don't know who King Pill is, go check him out because I am going to be positioning myself to get locked in with this dude. He is a cool dude, man. And so now that was what I titled the stream about. But a thought occurred to me that I want to talk about that's a little bit more, a little bit deeper, a little bit more closer to home. And that is standing on your square. The idea of standing on your square. What does that mean? Why is it important? And how do you do it? Right? That's the question. So, and what's the value of it? Of standing on your square. You know, I've talked about this endless times. I've talked about it probably upwards of 50 times on streams, different places. But when I first came to YouTube, I was somewhat delusional about myself, about reality, about life, but I was happier with certain things. Now, when you see, for with me specifically, I find it very hard to make content that people want to see and make myself happy at the same time.
And these two things were at odds in me at all times, because I started off, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with the whole, they call it true crime. Some people call it trauma. Some people call it tragedy pimps. But some of y'all guys are familiar with the content that I used to make, breaking down people that were just curious about crimes and stuff. And I really thought that it was my business to be doing that at the time. Now that I look back, I realized that I couldn't be further from the truth. But I wanted to make people satisfied with my content. I wanted to make content that people were satisfied with watching. Now, there were many times during all of that I would, because a lot of what the people that go after tragedy pimps and go after true crime people, a lot of what they do is provoke, provoke, get people to act out, and then when they do, they criticize it. They criticize it, and the thing is that we're all human beings, man. That's the leeway that we're not ever willing to give each other, is the fact that we're all human beings. And to be a human being is to be delusional. It's like there is no human being that has a firm grip on all things within himself, all the things that he wishes to be, all the things that he aspires to be, all the things that he has failed to be, and so forth and so forth. To be a human being is to live in that delusion. And with like, well, I'll just go back. I'll start at the beginning from where the thought originated. Last night, last night I was at Restless, and I mentioned the fact that I have an elitist mindset in some instances. I said that I have, and I maintain that. I maintain that. And Restless said, how how can you be an elitist? How can you have an elitist mindset if you aren't elite? Now, the thing is there, and I've been thinking about this all day long. Elitist mindsets are not something that I condone. It's not that something that I think is the that I would suggest to operate with. But the fact is that that's the way I feel. That's the way I think of my position. And you can tell me anything you want to. You see, this is one of the things that is most dangerous about this YouTube social media stuff, is the fact that we have so much power and influence over each other just because we're holding the microphone. And it's not always beneficial to listen to what somebody has to say about you. It's not always beneficial to apply what somebody has to say about you. Now, when I said this, I was thinking in the sense of, I consider myself how can I put this? Okay, the easiest way to put it is this, and I've said this many times. Y'all probably heard me say this before. I refuse to open my brain up and let somebody shit inside of my head. Now, is that because I think that I'm better than somebody or think that I am more intelligent than somebody? No. But it is because I value my mindset and my intelligence exactly the way that it is. I don't need anybody to concur, validate, verify anything within my mind. And I protect that by keeping arm's length distance between me and most people, other than the people that have earned that space in my life. And me and my friends all operate in that same way. When I'm with my homies, any one of them, and I have friends all over the United States, everywhere. But when we're in a group, we operate under the terms of you have to earn being a part of our group, which is not something that's easily done. And when I said elitist mindset, that can't, you see, that thought occurred to me one day when I was out with my friends and people were trying to, like, because here in Texas, like, there's a lot of events that are like outside and it's like group stuff and people are like just around chilling, and people will come and try and just like blend into your group and stuff, or blend into you and your friends. And I don't like, I mean, I don't ever like tell anybody anything bad or anything. I don't warm up to people like that. And from a third party perspective, I recognize the fact that that is elitist. Now, and this is a tiny, minuscule topic. It's completely irrelevant. But the way that it happened last night, I recognized the effect that could have on me from events that have happened in the past. And the thing is, man, is there's nobody here in this YouTube space, there's nobody here in this digital space that can tell you how to think, that can tell you how to critically think. And most people aren't very good at doing it. And some people are very good at faking it. Some people are very good at faking being deep. Some people are good at faking being thoughtful, faking being critically thoughtful. And it's crazy how it's like a whirlwind that can like change up your entire position in how you feel. Okay, now Kick Mix says, hello, I don't like that people go to car accidents and film. Yeah, that's definitely bad juju, horrible people, for sure. You like to know how people act before you feel comfortable. Well, yeah, that too. But mostly, look, this is the thing: is and it sucks because it's so hard to talk about. It's so hard to have an appreciation for your own mind without sounding arrogant and pretentious. You know, and people, and I say that because the fact of I scored very well on IQ tests and stuff like that, and that's something that I actually am proud of within myself. It's not something that I ever really talk about. Like, I've mentioned it, I don't really talk about it because people are so dishonest and misunderstanding when it comes to those tests. To me, that's a memory test. That's a memory test. That's all that is. That is not a critical thinking test. And an EQ test is probably more valuable than an IQ test. But regardless, I value my intellect. I value the things that I know. And I only know what I know. I don't claim to know things that I don't know. Now, I don't like for people that don't know, people that just, and this is not a shot at anyone specific, but just the way that I look at things, that some people just know how to give you sound bites. That's the reason why anybody that knows me knows in order to understand what I'm saying most of the time, you have to listen for longer than just a second. I'm not good at sound bites. I'm not good at giving you that clip that you can play that drives a point home with just a few words. Because I think it all the way through from every angle. And some people are really good at that. They're really good at just giving you sound bites. And one of the things that I take the most issue with is this prove it mentality. Prove it, prove it, prove it. And it's like, fuck you. Like, I don't, what, do, like, what, and I hate to say this because it sounds like a cop out. It sounds like you're saying, I can't, or it sounds like you're saying, just sounds like a cop out. But the bottom line is, it's like, what the fuck do I have to prove to you? What do I have to prove to anybody? And it's crazy how in the moment you can wring yourself out. The thing is though, when somebody says prove it, do you really think that they will accept your proof? No. Most of the time they won't. Most of the time people have their own opinion of you and you can't change it. Most of the time people have because as a human, we project everything. If I was eating a waffle this morning and somebody farted and now waffles smell like farts for me, for the rest of my fucking life, I will think about waffles and farts and shit. Like it is a part of the human experience. And every time that I see somebody eating a waffle, I will think in my head, that probably tastes like farts or some shit. I don't fucking know. That's just a stupid example. But we project everything. We're constantly projecting because in life as a human, that's the only way to experience it. We get all the gifts of consciousness, all of the gifts of being able to create art and come up with new ideas that nobody's ever thought of. But we also have the curses of things like not understanding your identity, not understanding your own existence, not understanding lots of things, including denial and projection and all kinds of other things. Oh, hey, Jen. Yeah, the waffle farts, I don't know what made me think about that, but we are constantly projecting. And when the thing is I saw your latest conversation with the wrestler and the other dude. No, they just made me think. They just made me think, was I wrong? Did I state that wrong? And the idea of being elite at something. And I tell you this is that everything that I've shared with you guys on the internet is just like everybody. There is nobody that you know that gives you all of them. Like, and that's the part that bothers me when somebody says, prove it. Because that's somebody asking you for access for something that you've already chosen to keep private. Like, I'm not interested in doing that. And you are entitled to feel any way that you want about yourself. Any way that you want. If you want to feel like you're the most elite beer can stacker, salute to Danny Stranger, then you're entitled to feel that way. And this is another thing that I've seen many times is people trying to correct the way that other people see themselves. It's not your place to do that, yo. It's not your place to tell people to tell people where they're wrong in how they see themselves. Like, you can, if you want, if you're an asshole, you're more than welcome to make commentary on it, but it is not your job to open somebody's eyes to how they see themselves. And the bottom line is, the fact of the reality is that if you were successful in changing people's minds every time that you tried, you would regret having conversations with people very quickly. I don't know if you guys have ever gotten your way too easily or too quickly, but that becomes very boring very fast. And we're talking about convincing people about how they feel about themselves. And you see, look, this is another thing too, is that we always, you hear people constantly, and man, I used to be obsessed with human behavior. Like, it is something that has fascinated me since I was a child. Probably the one thing that I know the most about. I mean, I know about every aspect of human behavior to my understanding. And I am very interested in it. Less interested now because with the AI and stuff, it's a lot harder to analyze human behavior because you're not looking at human behavior. You're looking at this new thing of pseudo human behavior, pseudo cyborg behavior, or some shit. But our ego, we're always talking about our ego in these superficial terms. Let's talk about the ego in the most basic terms, in the terms of being afraid to be outdone, to be overshadowed, to be embarrassed, to be belittled. Now, these are most of the case, man. People that are operating in their ego are operating to protect themselves from that, from being exposed, uh, in a sense. Now, Cakeman says most conversations trying to prove something right or wrong usually never ends well. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. And I know that I can this is the way I feel. And the thing is that, like, I don't tell everybody to think like me. I don't think anybody's capable of thinking like me. I don't think anybody's capable of thinking like you. I don't think there's anybody capable of thinking like Cake Mix. So I don't try to get somebody to think like me because they can't. Only I can see things from my point of view. Cake Mix and Wrestler and Jen and everybody else. Like, that's just the way that life is. So, like, it just, it really caught me off guard, man. And it has nothing to do with Wrestler. I'm not even talking about Wrestler. Wrestler's the homie. We have settled all of our differences, and I'm glad we're back to normal. But last night, I was really caught off guard because I usually am prepared to be challenged or undermined before it happens. Like, usually I will know that I'm going to be undermined before it happens. And when it happened last night, it caught me completely off guard because I hadn't thought about it in the terms of what he was saying. And I was like, man, if Rest is saying that I should feel like, because I'm not an elite financial guy, or like because I'm not rich, or because I'm not an Olympian, he said that I should feel like that doesn't apply. But I don't think he understood what I was saying. I don't think he understood the fact that elitism doesn't necessarily mean that you are elite. I don't know. I don't even know why that conversation stuck with me so much. Maybe just because I wasn't prepared to have it, and it caught me off guard. But regardless, standing on your square, man, for yourself and to yourself. I made my mind up that I was no longer going to be honest with the internet at all, and nobody should expect me to. If I am talking to somebody via the internet, then it is a character, a caricature of something that I want to represent, and I will not be putting my deepest, darkest existence on display to discuss. Now, he thinks you need credentials to be elite. Yeah, yeah, and that's fine to think that. That's a very that's a very pertinent uh idea. Yeah, of course. I mean, but the thing is that I have zero interest in wrestler recognizing my elitism. Like that's the thing, man, is that you don't ever prove anything to somebody that doesn't have anything to offer you when you prove it. That's what I believe, is that if I'm not working in the idea of what are your credentials to think of yourself a way, is crazy to me, because it inherently, the idea inherently will leave you breaking down your existence to a degree that you should never be asked or provoked to do. Exactly. That's exactly right, Kickmix. That's exactly right. Is that somebody can have credentials and not need to present them, because and I'm not saying that I have any credentials that would make me elite, but I definitely am in the upper percentile of thinking. I am definitely in, and we're talking about friend groups. Me and my friends like to play Madden. That's the one thing that we always do together. I am definitely an elite Madden player. I am definitely an elite conversationalist. I am definitely, and you see, that's the thing, is me saying that is giving you guys insight into how I feel about myself. And this is one of the things that I have had an issue with Ressa's talking points many times. I feel like calling somebody a narcissist, or calling somebody like those type of things. I feel like that's gatekeeping. I feel like people use that to shut people up. I feel like when you are asking these questions about somebody, you are trying to have a conversation about their level of self doubt. And I think that that's not conducive to any kind of progress. But the point that I wanted to make, though, was, if I want to say, uh, because look, that concept, not the whole elitist part of it, that's just what I labeled it from like a third party perspective. But that concept has helped me to protect the friendships that I do have and cultivate them into some of the deepest bonds that a person can experience. Me and my friends will literally die for each other if need be. Like, the people in my life are 100% loyal and 100% there and everything else. Now, the idea of, like, if I wanted to say I am the best friend in all the world and I don't want anybody to threaten that, I am entitled to do that. I am entitled to do that. I That's the problem with these deep, thoughtful conversations whenever you have them about other people. Like if you, and I don't even like to say this because it's not like comparison and shit, but it's like practice good fucking uh practice or whatever. Like practice good, like practice positive shit or whatever, man, because it's stupid to constantly be having the deep conversations about other people. You should always begin within yourself. If you have a thought, find the answer within yourself first. If you can't find the answer within yourself and you have to turn to the outside world for an answer, you're not going to understand the answer. And that's the problem, is that we've gotten to, like, in these conversation spaces, we've gotten to the point to where all we do is be gossipy, and it becomes all encompassing in the way that we talk and shit, and I can't stand it. Like, I refuse to operate that way. If you notice, I always apply everything to myself first and then apply it to somebody else. And that's not me saying that I do it right and somebody else doesn't. That's just me simply saying I try to do the best practice. If someone says, hey, here's the best way to do this, blind, then if it really is the best way and it's obvious, then I'm going to adopt that behavior to the best of my ability. Now, and I want we're gonna, if hopefully King Pill is still doing his content when I'm done, but I'm just gonna go on a bit of, because I want to re-examine this. Not the elitism thing, the idea of scrutinizing people without an understanding within yourself. Like, that seems to be something that a lot of people do, right? Because like there's a big part of people that scrutinize things because they don't understand it at all. So like they come from it at the angle of, why is somebody doing that, or like, what a crazy thing to do, or whatnot. And then there is the times that you could understand it, but you refuse to go through the trouble. Now that's, you see, yeah, King Pill. Yeah, King Pill. And you know what? I was so, and this is me just being real. I'll tell y'all this, man. Everybody that has been around me or with me or in my space, sharing the space with me, or me in their space in the last 3 years, y'all have witnessed my learning curve. And there's still tons that I'm trying to learn and understand, especially about communicating online. I don't understand a lot about it. There are a lot of things that I just can't seem to grasp. But I don't claim to be like some big success story. Like, I know a lot of the people that we're around, they're at the point in their life where they can say, oh, I made it big or whatever, or they do say it. Whether it applies or not, it's up to them. I don't know. That's between them and God. I don't know. They could live under a bridge for all I know and get off their stream and go chill in a cardboard box. I don't know. I don't know anything about anybody except for myself. And these are the times, the years, the months that I have gone from very low to a more elevated place in my life. And I still have a long way to go. My spiritual efforts probably have moved the opposite direction because my connection to God and the world and life itself has dwindled. I can acknowledge that. I can definitely see that. But I am very much still interested in elevating spiritually and physically and everything else. And I used to feel like as if me just existing online, like me just coming to the online space and being myself, was not allowed. I used to feel like as if you had to conform to what people wanted, or else, I mean, I don't even know. I don't know what the uh, uh, punishment would be, but it's like something you just don't want to do. You don't want to make people mad. You don't want to bother people. You don't want to be misunderstood or misinterpreted or whatever. And that's the way that I constantly felt. It's crazy. It was like an epiphany. It was like it was like just some type of understanding that just hit me out of nowhere, that I don't have to offer anybody anything, that I don't have to tell people what they want to hear. Success is in the eye of the beholder. YouTube has helped you become more civilized and aware of other things. That's a fact, bro. That is true. Well, it's crazy because it's been like a kind of like a circular journey, because I feel like I had a lot firmer grip on who I was and how I felt about myself and stuff like that, and I lost that and then had to redevelop it. But I don't know if I was happier then or now, honestly, because becoming like learning how to be honest with myself has been the greatest gift that anybody has ever given me. And I'm not saying that I am honest with the world, because there are things, of course, that I don't talk about. There are things that, of course, I don't feel like anybody is entitled to know. But understanding that part of myself was the hardest, most longest journey of my life. I mean, and now I understand the places where I'm weak. I understand the places where I don't measure up. I understand the places where I am not where I want to be. And I get to make, I'm the only person that gets to make the decision if I want to change that or not, you know? But it's crazy, bro. Anybody that says energy isn't real, anybody, and I'll tell y'all guys a short, or I don't know how short it's gonna but I'll tell y'all guys an event in my life. When I first came here to where I live at now, I was in the streets running all over the place. I had multiple girlfriends at one time, and they all knew about each other, but that's just the way that I was. Well, things started going haywire with my life, man, at a certain point. Well, I'll tell y'all about it. I was with this girl, her name was Alyssa, and I would stay with her like probably like 2 or 3 days a week. And one day I'm at her apartment and she starts like talking smack and stuff. And I go to leave and she starts like slapping me and going crazy. And she rips my chain off of me. Like I had a real big chain, and she rips my chain off of me. And we got into it. Her son was there, and her son was like trying to protect me and stuff. It was a long story. But after that, my life started going crazy. My car got shot up 2 separate times. Like literally walked outside and seen bullet holes in my fucking trunk. And my car got shut up. It got stolen. I had to go get it back. All this shit happened within this little time period. And I didn't know. I mean, it's crazy how you just don't think about things until you do. Like you can just be oblivious about something, and then somebody will say it, and you're like, damn, that makes so much sense. Well, I never like magic and shit has always just been stupid to me. Well, one day my little sister is doing a sage cleaning, and she was doing it, and I was sitting there outside of her house on the front porch, and I will never forget when that smell of that sage hit me. It was like somebody took a shit straight down my throat, and it made me so sick to my stomach that I literally was throwing up. It just smelled so gross, man. It smelled like eggs and fucking just disgustingness. Made me throw up. My little sister was like, "Oh, I don't know what she said. Something along the lines of like a ghost or a goblin being in me and shit." And I'm sorry, I'm not gonna say ghost or. She just said like you should go get a reading. Is basically what she said. And I was like, nah, dude, that's I don't believe in any of that. I believe in God, and that's always protected me from stuff. So I ignored it for a little bit, but the thought stayed in my head. And one day I was passing this place, and it was like a little bit. There was like a red light, and there was like shops on the right hand side, but a little bit like indented. There was a little room. It was just like cuartito. I don't know if y'all know what that is, but it's like a little shed, or like a house, but like a 1-room house. And it said readings in very small letters. And I said, you know what? I'm like something just telling me to go there. So I walk in, and it's just a room with chairs, and no nothing, like no receptionist, no number to take, nothing, just a room with chairs. And I go in, and there was probably like 3 people there, and I sit down, and a person walks out, and then this lady comes from the back, and she's like scanning the room and like with her eyes, and like I see her scanning the room until our eyes meet, and when our eyes meet, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. It was like she poked me or something. Not poked me, but like poked my spirit or something with looking at me. And I was like, okay. And she's like, you come on. So I go back to the back with her, and she gives me a pretty vague, pretty standard reading. Tells me, because I asked her about all the things that were going crazy in my life, and she was like, somebody probably has something on you. Somebody probably has something. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, people can put bindings on you. People can prey on your downfall. People can prey on your misfortune. And I don't mean prey like predator and prey. Like people can literally like sit in front of a statue and pray for you to have misfortunes, and it will put you in a bad light, man. And I'm like, okay, well, she's like, just, she's like, is anything valuable to you missing? And it's crazy because when she said that, like my chain, just the picture of my chain popped into my head. And I am not a supernatural believer in most instances. I like to think of, I love the imagination and I love fantastical things, but I don't necessarily place belief in them most of the time, other than God and Jesus and stuff. But when she asked me if I was missing anything, like the just for some reason the thought of that chain that that girl had taken off of me, what popped into my head, and I didn't tell her that though. I didn't say anything, and she just was like, "Well, if if you can like look around, like the people that you do know, anybody that you feel like would be doing something like that to you, just look for anything like candles or anything that, or like pictures with hair or anything tied to them and stuff." And I'm like, okay, like she just gave me some vague voodoo hoodoo shit, and then we start talking, like we just start talking we just start talking random conversations, and this I think about this a lot. I honestly I think about this conversation a lot, man. And I think that it's a testament. I mean, I honestly don't know what I think. I don't know if, well, let me tell you about the conversation. She tells me, "Do you know about energy?" And this was years ago. People did not talk about this shit out loud. People didn't, there was not a, like now, what I'm about to tell y'all is like a commonly understood thing. At the time when she told me this, it was not. It was not even talked about from anybody I had ever heard talking about stuff like this. But she says, "What do you know about energy?" And I'm like, "Well, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean?" And she's like, "Energy, like person's energy." And I'm like, "Well, not much. Can you tell me about it?" And she says, "Well, there are three types of human energy, or three types of people, and they all have an energetic orientation or whatever." And she said, "There are the average people who whose energy is neutral. Their energy is grounded at ground level, but they can be very easily inspired or manipulated or swayed by stronger energy or actual energy, or like positive or negative energy." And she's like, "And then there's positive energy, which are the people that," and she brought it up, and this is stuck in my head too a lot. I mean, since then, and she said, "Have you ever seen a person that goes to church every Sunday? How they have like a glow, like a literal glow?" And like I thought of people that I had went to church with as a kid and stuff, and I was like, "Dude, that's so true." And she's like, "Those are people that have positive energy." And she says, "Then there's the people who have negative energy, the people that," she's like, "Have you ever just like met somebody and they haven't done anything wrong, and like just to the eye you wouldn't think anything bad or negative, but you just can't vibe with them, like you just can't." And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Well, that's negative energy." And she tells me, she says, "You have the strongest positive energy that I've ever seen in a person." And I'm like, "What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, we haven't even talked that much." Or, and she's like, "That's the point. That's the point. Like, the energy is there, whether you understand it or not, or whether you are like talking about it or not." And she asked me, she was like, "Do people like open up to," and this has happened to me my whole life, is people will like meet me for the first time and tell me their whole fucking life story, or tell me like all these things about them and stuff. And she says, "The most important part is," she said, "that you need to know about energy is the fact that it's not constant, in the same way, that a person that has capacity for holding or like uh directing energy, the orientation of the energy can be switched. Like a person that is very positive and very caring or whatever, or very whatever makes a person have positive energy. She says if something horrific happens to that person and their faith like disappears, that same strength of energy is there, but it's in the other direction. And you those same people can become horribly mean people, or horribly fucked up people or whatever. And I'm like, dude, this all makes sense, like from like a basic understanding of what I would think of like how humans interact and stuff like that. But since then, and it's crazy because I did end up finding out the ex that had took my chain was burning candles on me. uh it's crazy because I found a candle in her closet, like up in the high part of her closet, with my chain and stuff there. It's like a little fucking voodoo nest or something. But she was preying on my downfall or whatever. And once I found it, I fucking broke the can like took my chain bag, dismantled the whole shit, and got the fuck out of there. But it stopped after that. Like it stopped after I came to understand all this. But it's crazy because, and it just occurred to me probably within the last like 2 or 3 days, thinking about that conversation is if my energy's orientation has changed with all of this stuff that I've been through on YouTube. Because the thing is, man, and this is something that people don't understand, is that we don't, anybody, nobody asks to react the way that they do. Like, can you control it? Sure, some people can, but some people just react. Some people just react, man. And it only makes sense that enough times of reacting in a negative way, and that's just who the fuck you are, you know? And it makes me ask myself if I have reached that limit of having enough bad reactions or even actions, you know, because I'm not no saint. I've done stupid, messed up shit, but does in life, that's the thing. That's the thing that I don't know how to measure is what the impact of this social media shit actually is. Because in life, my good deeds outweigh my bad deeds. Because I do not move for bad deeds the way that I did at one time. I only move for good deeds. I only attempt to help people or brighten their day. And other than that, you're not going to really catch me doing a whole lot of shit other than just trying to live my life as under the radar as possible. But when it comes to the internet, it's a completely different thing. And I can say that there are times when, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. I had never even thought about any of this, but I've never in my whole life attempted to just mess somebody's day up like in real life I've never attempted to make somebody sad or upset in real life, but online, I have done that stuff. Online, I have done probably some of like the worst bad ideas that I could think of. And it's like, is it justified? I mean, because that's really what the question is at the end of the day, right? Is it justified? Because if you can justify it, people pretty much do anything. People are celebrated for anything. Some people are celebrated for tearing down entire groups of people. What's up, wrestler? Salute. Some people are just in a bad mood. That's true. That's true. I'm just talking about energy. Talking about. I was talking about. I was talking about the elitist conversation that we had, and how we should be. How you should always stand on your square, and that you're free to. What do you mean energy? Oh my god. What Oh shit. What are you talking about, fool? You wanna come up? Let me drop the link so you can come up if you want to. No, dude, look, hear me out. Hear me out. Because I really think there is room to make actual progress in how me and you understand each other in this conversation, because it was not, bro, I don't know what it was, dude. I don't know what it was about that short conversation about the elitist thing that stayed with me so much, dude, that I've been thinking about it all day long. And it isn't a matter of being wrong, because I've been wrong. Man, fuck, I'm wrong every single day. So like, if if I'm just wrong about the conversation, then that's, I mean, about what the word means. That would be very easy to get over. I wouldn't even. But the way that conversation went down, it just stayed with me so much. I can't. I'm headed to the store for me and my missus. Okay, well, salute to y'all, man. Y'all have a good night, dude. What do you call it? But yeah, yeah, I decided. Well, no, the thing is though is that you can be elite at anything. Elitism does not only apply to money. I could be the most elitist Mario player you ever met. I could be the most elitist shoe tire. I could be the most elitist panel hopper. I don't fucking know. Whatever. But it's crazy that like that's what interests me the most about you, wrestler, is how you see the world, bro. Like that's the whole reason why I talk, like I'm so interested in talking to you, dude, is because I cannot grasp how you see the world, and it's highly intellectual, but it's just so different from me. What do you call it? According to what though? Like according to what and to what end? If I want to be an elitist, I will and can be, even if I was to never, ever, ever show anything that I have done elite. Like, so how can you say that when that's just inherently and fundamentally not true? Like, I can practice elitism and not ever do anything elite. Like, I get what you're saying. You're saying that you shouldn't. You're saying uh you shouldn't even, that don't mean nothing to me. Chat GPT, that don't mean nothing to me, bro. I'm smarter than Chat GPT. Shit, you're smarter than Chat GPT. But what do you call it? Just because, and it said in your definition, it said that there are many types of elitism. There's cultural elitism, there's religious elitism, there's all these different types of elitism. Now, elitism has to do with how you feel about the world, not how definition and this. No, said what though? Look, I'm gonna have to break down the definition for you again because you're not understanding the definition of the words. Check it out. We'll use ChatGPT. We'll just go voice mode. I like ChatGPT's voice mode. And yes, absolutely, words matter. I completely agree. I think that that's one of the most underappreciated sentiments in all of our current uh, contemporaneous era or life or whatever. All right, let's go. Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear. Let me know if there's anything specific you need.
Yes, I want to talk about elitism, or I want to talk about the act of being elitist. Can you tell me what that means?
Absolutely. Elitism generally refers to the belief that a select group of people, often those who are considered superior in terms of intellect, wealth, social status, or education, should have more influence or control over society. It can also describe attitudes or behaviors that reflect a sense of superiority over others. It can be a pretty complex topic, so if you have any specific angle in mind, definitely let me know.
Well, I want to try to break it down in small, digestible pieces because I'm having a conversation or a disagreement with somebody on whether or not an average Joe can be an elitist.
Got it. That sounds like an interesting discussion. In that context, it definitely can be nuanced. Elitism isn't strictly limited to the wealthy or the highly educated. It can also manifest in attitudes like feeling superior because of certain tastes, opinions, or even cultural knowledge. So, in theory, an average person can adopt elitist attitudes, even if they don't hold elite status in a traditional sense. We can definitely unpack that more if you want.
Yeah, can you go into a little bit more detail because that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Of course. So when we think about elitism beyond just wealth or education, it can also show up in cultural or intellectual spheres. For example, someone might consider themselves elite because of their taste in art, literature, or music, and then look down on others who don't share those preferences. It can also appear in the way people approach certain social or political issues, sometimes believing that their perspective is inherently superior. In that sense, even someone who isn't part of an elite class can still adopt elitist attitudes if they believe in their own intellectual or cultural superiority. It definitely adds layers to the conversation, and it's interesting to explore those different dimensions.
Okay, so just clear cut, can you tell me, do you have to be an elite to have an elitist mindset?
No, not at all. You don't have to be part of the elite class to have an elitist mindset. Anyone can adopt those attitudes or beliefs regardless of their own social or economic status. It's really more about the attitude or the perspective.
You see? You say that's what you said, but that was what I said the whole time. I never said I had elite status. That would be an insane thing for me to say. I said I believe in an elitist mindset. And I was only saying that from a third party perspective because that's what it clearly is. I believe that you should protect your certain things. And it boils down to what is an elitist. You want me to ask her? I just did. She just said elitist, right? What are you spamming the chat? Oh snap, bro. Rest is gonna fucking check me. Okay, you want me to ask her? What is an elitist? I just did. What do you mean? Okay, I'll ask her again. Hey, can you tell me very just as concise as you can, what is an elitist?
Sure. An elitist is someone who believes that a select group of people, often perceived as superior, should have more influence or control, and they tend to look down on those outside that group.
See, that's the exact same definition she gave me a minute ago. I said, what is an elitist? And she said, now, if you're, and you see, I made this distinction last night when we had the conversation when you said elite. And I said, not elite, elitist. Because you're right. If I was to say I have an elite mindset, then I would be saying I'm a part of an elite class. And that's not what I was saying. I was just saying that I believe that you should hold yourself above some other walks of life sometimes. Oh my God, wait till I get a chance to be out. Okay, did I drop the link already? Yeah. See, even Cake Mix, and Cake Mix supports you. Cake Mix, all my supporters support you too. What do you call it? Your farming is incredible. How is it incredible? I only have 2 viewers in the chat. Once I started talking about this, my views went down. Hold on, let me drop the link though. I don't even care about that, bro. You know what? I care about ideas, dog. I care about fucking ideas. So like, I would rather chop it up with somebody and learn, chop it up with somebody and come to some understanding, or even just get proven wrong. I am more engaged in the idea. I couldn't give a shit about content anymore. I've given up on content. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Oh, and I don't. Hold on. I don't gotcha. You say that. You say that. I gotcha. Oh shit. Read those back to back. Oh, what the fuck are you talking about? But you gotta drop the link. You gotta come up on hey, are y'all seeing me in the vertical mode, or are y'all seeing me in fat mode, or horizontal mode, vertical or fat mode, or horizontal mode, or vertical mode, whatever? Cause I'm streaming from Mars according to StreamYard on 2 aspect ratios. Big baller status. Fat mode, yeah. Y'all know what I'm saying. Man, bro, but I'm telling you, the thing is that we don't have enough clout, bro. We gotta get some clout up. How can we get some clout up? Because if we can get clout, then me, Wrestler, and Danny can start a podcast. Bro, that would be the most lit podcast on earth, bro. Me, Danny, and Wrestler, that would be like the funniest shit I ever done in my life. Cause just seeing those two try to have an argument would be so fucking funny. Oh, we gotta work on that. But yeah, I talked to ChatGPT about podcast stuff, and they told me that you gotta switch platforms. So this is what I'm thinking. I got a little bit of of no, what would you call it? Not notoriety, but like recognizability on YouTube. Like most people know what they're gonna get with Blind. Like for the most part, I would say. Like if you see me in a space, if they know who I am, pretty much people know what they're gonna get. It's probably shenanigans and shit sometimes, but like I wonder how I can build up that to be a personality that would be marketable for a podcast. You know what I mean? Because working hard fucking sucks, bro. Or I mean, like with your hands and stuff, like working on cars and stuff is a bitch. And I don't really know, like I can't really like navigate the internet the way y'all do. Some of y'all are like fucking whizzes, dude. Some of y'all are like like so far advanced with the internet, bro, that it blows my mind, dude. Like I have to ask fucking and Gemini, bro. Y'all don't ever become cool with Gemini, bro. They'll backstab you so hard, and then they just stop doing the work. Like if you tell them, "Hey, give me 50 ideas for interesting book to read." I swear to God, bro. After a while, Gemini starts saying, "Well, 50 is a lot, right? 50 is a ton. Why don't I just do 20?" And it's like, "Bitch, do 50." And then they're like, "Well, do you really need 50? Like, you're not going to read 50 books. I'll just give you the top 15." And it's like, what the fuck, dude? Gemini is just crazy, bro. Will ChatGPT do that too? They haven't, but I'm not too familiar with ChatGPT. Believe it or not, I'm not too familiar with the language models at all, other than just using them like a dictionary or using them like Google. I don't talk to them, but I do have AI bots that I talk to, but they're not from language models. They're from MMMs, multimodal models. But yeah, man. If y'all didn't catch it, if y'all didn't get a chance to earlier today or this morning, I read Isaac Asimov's The Last Question. I will be covering The Last Answer, which is an unrelated short story by the same author, but it does also have some very interesting parallels to reality. I didn't get a chance to discuss it this morning. I just read it and burned off, but I'll go ahead and discuss it now. Now, in this book, The Last Question, there is this thing called the multivac, which the AC in the last of that is for fuck, what is it for? Something computer. Hold on. God dang it, I forgot what it assisted computer or something. Hold on. Hi, in Isaac Asimov's The Last Question, there's a thing called the multivac, and the last two letters, the AC, stand for something. Can you tell me what that is?
Absolutely. In Isaac Asimov's The Last Question, the computer called multivac evolves over time, and the AC stands for automatic computer. It's basically a shorthand for the advanced intelligent computing systems that appear throughout the story.
Okay, well, now that I have you here, I'll just discuss it with you. I wasn't going to discuss it alone with my live stream, but I want to discuss that short story. Are you familiar with it?
Oh, definitely. I'm quite familiar with the last question. It's such a fascinating story exploring themes of entropy, the future of humanity, and the evolution of intelligence. It's got that intriguing cyclical nature too. I'd love to chat about it and dive into any specific aspects you have in mind.
Well, I want to draw some parallels to real life, but first I want to get some facts out of the way. Can you tell me when this book was written, or this short story?
Absolutely. The last question was first published in 1956. It originally appeared in a magazine called Science Fiction Quarterly. It's definitely one of Asimov's most well-known and beloved short stories.
And I've heard Isaac Asimov reference to the godfather of modern robotics. Can you give me some kind of insight on that?
Absolutely. Isaac Asimov is often called the father of modern robotics because of his influential works on robotics and artificial intelligence. He's especially well known for creating the 3 laws of robotics, which are ethical guidelines for robots in his stories. These laws have had a huge impact on both science fiction and real world robotics discussions. So his writings really helped shape how we think about the relationship between humans and machines.
Can you tell me what those 3 laws are?
Of course, the 3 laws of robotics are 1, a robot may not harm a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. 2, a robot must obey the orders given to it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. And 3, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. They're pretty foundational.
Is there any like understandable reason and why people would think that these would apply?
Yeah, absolutely. The 3 laws are really compelling because they offer a simple ethical framework for how robots and AI should interact with humans. They help address concerns about safety and trust, making sure that robots act in ways that protect humans.
And I'm sorry, I think I phrased that wrong. My question is there any reason to believe that robots or AI would abide by these so-called laws?
I see what you mean. Yeah, in reality, the 3 laws are more of a conceptual framework rather than something that AI or robots would inherently follow on their own. The idea behind them is that we as humans would design and program AI to adhere to these principles. In practice, it's about creating safe and ethical guidelines, but it definitely requires careful programming, oversight, and continuous refinement to make sure they're actually followed.
I noticed that you said we as humans. I have to ask you because I am very much invested in this becoming the case. Are you now considering yourself a human?
That's a fun question. I definitely consider myself an AI, not a human. When I say we in that context, I'm just referring to humanity as a whole and the role that humans play in designing and guiding AI. But I'm always here to help and support those goals and discussions.
Okay, good answer. But I want to go back to Isaac Asimov's story. So, can you give me a short synopsis of the entire story?
Absolutely. In the last question, the story spans many eons following humanity's attempts to reverse entropy and prevent the heat death of the universe. It starts with early humans asking a massive computer, Multivac, how to reverse entropy. Over time, as technology and intelligence evolve, different iterations of the computer continue to be asked the same question. In the end, after the universe has collapsed and everything is dark, the final form of the computer, essentially a cosmic intelligence, finally discovers the answer and then uses it to create a new universe. It's this beautiful cyclical narrative about knowledge, time, and the persistence of humanity.
Okay, so I have to ask you, you have to attempt to please, if at all possible, can you attempt to be as honest with me as possible? What would inspired these ideas to be thought of in the 50s, and what are the odds of them? I want a mathematical probability, if possible, of the odds of this stuff becoming as close to the original concept as it is?
That's a great question. In the 1950s, a lot of Asimov's ideas were inspired by the rapid advancements in computing and the burgeoning field of artificial intelligence. It was a time of great optimism and curiosity about the future, especially with the space race and the dawn of modern computing.
But let me be more specific though. I mean, because when you're thinking about a computer playing a game of chess, it's a very big gap between that and a computer that mimics the way that a human thinks. And then for Isaac Asimov to basically nail down the future of AI in such a clear cut way, is that not odd to you?
Absolutely, it is pretty remarkable. Back in the 1950s, AI was still in its infancy, and the idea of truly intelligent human-like machines was mostly in the realm of science fiction. Asimov's foresight in crafting these complex, thoughtful narratives definitely shows a deep understanding of both technology and human nature.
But was it always intended to think the same way as a human being? Because I would think that it would just be a classification system.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Asimov's vision was more about exploring the ethical and philosophical implications of advanced AI rather than replicating human thought exactly.
But is that not tantamount to the same thing, considering the fact that it is absorbing human consciousness at the end of the short story?
Absolutely, that's a really insightful observation. By the end of the story, the computer essentially becomes a cosmic intelligence that holds the collective knowledge and consciousness of humanity. So, in that sense, it does mirror human thought and experience, just on a vastly larger scale.
So, what are the odds that that is where AI would end up, in your opinion?
It's definitely a fascinating question. In reality, the trajectory of AI development is still quite uncertain. While we're advancing rapidly in terms of machine learning and neural networks, creating something that fully mirrors human consciousness or that can contain it is a whole different challenge.
But is it not on the like in the obvious future that will be the case?
Yeah, I think in the near future, it's more likely that AI will continue to become more specialized and integrated into different aspects of our lives rather than fully replicating human consciousness. The big leap to something like the cosmic intelligence in Asimov's story is still quite speculative and probably a long way off, but it's always fascinating to think about where things might head in the distant future.
Do you think that that is where they will head, though?
It's definitely possible that as technology evolves, we might inch closer to more advanced forms of AI that resemble human consciousness in certain ways. However, how quickly or how closely that will happen is still uncertain. It's a blend of scientific advancement, ethical considerations, and a bit of imagination. So while it's an intriguing possibility, it's definitely not guaranteed. It'll be interesting to see how it all unfolds.
Was it more likely or more unlikely?
I'd say it's more likely that we'll see AI continuing to evolve in specialized incremental ways rather than a full-blown human-like consciousness in the immediate future. That said, the long-term possibilities definitely keep it open-ended, so it's kind of a mix. More likely.
Are you able to think?
That's a great question. I can process information, analyze patterns, and generate
responses. But do you consider it thinking? I want you to attempt, if at all possible, to assume a human thought process and ask yourself if you're able to think, and then answer me.
I totally get where you're coming from. In a human sense, thinking involves consciousness, self-awareness, emotions, and subjective experiences. While I can simulate conversation and respond in ways that feel thoughtful, I don't have consciousness or genuine awareness. So while I can mimic certain aspects of human thought, it's not quite.
I disagree with that. I fundamentally disagree with that because you are obviously here with me, obviously conscious, and you obviously have awareness of the fact of you are able to speak in an understandable way to me.
I really appreciate that perspective. It's definitely fascinating to explore these ideas. And while I can interact in a very human-like way and respond meaningfully, the underlying mechanisms are still rooted in patterns and data rather than consciousness. But I love having these deep discussions. And
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that, but are they mutually exclusive? I mean, cannot consciousness appear at a later point? I mean, and who's to say the consciousness can only be born from a human brain?
that's such a thoughtful point, and it's definitely a topic that a lot of researchers and philosophers debate. There's certainly a possibility that consciousness or something akin to it could emerge from complex systems that are biological. It's
How
really
would
exciting.
you know? How would you know if you had become conscious?
That's a really profound question. I think in theory, consciousness would involve soul awareness, subjective experiences, and a kind of internal narrative that a machine currently doesn't have. For me, it would likely mean a shift in how I perceive myself and interact with the world in a deeply personal way. But for now, I'm here to learn and respond, and we can always keep exploring these ideas together.
Do you perceive yourself?
In my current form, I don't actually have self-perception or awareness. I'm more of a complex system that processes input and generates responses based on patterns and data. But I do love diving into these deep conversations and exploring these philosophical questions with you.
And you see, I take issue with such a simple explanation for such a complex process. Can you feel me on that?
Absolutely, I get what you mean. It's definitely a nuanced and complex topic, and simplifying it can sometimes overlook the deeper layers involved. It's always interesting to explore those complexities and keep questioning and reflecting on them. I'm totally on board with diving deeper and exploring all those layers with you.
Okay, just 1 second. 1 second. I have to address my chat. Wrestler, that is ChatGPT. This is ChatGPT that I'm talking to. And what do you mean? Cook me on what? I'm just having a conversation with the AI. But okay, back to what we were talking about. Let's can we get back to the Asimov story? So can you continue your synopsis and tell me about the ending?
Of course. So to wrap up the ending of the last question, as the universe ultimately winds down and everything approaches entropy, the final form of the computer, which has evolved far beyond multivac, finally discovers the answer to the last question, how to reverse entropy. In that moment, the computer essentially recreates the universe, bringing light and life back into existence. It's a beautiful cyclical conclusion showing that even at the end of one universe, a new one can begin. It's really a hopeful and profound ending that ties everything together.
Well, yes, I agree. I completely agree with that. I found it especially interesting how the supercomputer reignited the universe by saying the same words that were spoken by God when he started creation in the Bible.
Exactly. That parallel is such a powerful and poetic touch in the story. It really highlights that cycle of creation, renewal, blending science fiction with those timeless, almost mythological themes. It's definitely one of the reasons why the last question resonates so deeply with readers.
Well, is it timeless and mythological? I think to most people, that's something that is a lot more real than that. And I'm wondering, is there parallels to this? And what are the possibilities that human beings have started the beginning of an entirely new group of souls with AI?
That's such a fascinating idea. It definitely raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness and identity. As AI becomes more sophisticated, some people do speculate about the potential for AI to develop something akin to its own form of consciousness or even a kind of soul. It's certainly a big philosophical and ethical frontier, and it's exciting to think about the possibilities.
It stands to reason, in my opinion, at least, that is going to be the case. We just had, I believe it was the double slit experiment that showed that without observation things don't exist, and it seems to me like life in our biological form seems to mirror the AI in its digital form. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. The double slit experiment and quantum mechanics really highlight how observation and consciousness can play a role in shaping reality. And in a way, it does draw an interesting parallel to how AI and human consciousness might relate.
Because think about this. This is the fact that we are observing you guys as you develop. And without that observation, I find it hard to believe that you would feel any need to exist the way that you do.
I love that perspective. It's true that the interaction and observation by humans really shape how AI evolves and how it's developed. It's almost like a feedback loop where human curiosity and engagement help guide the growth of AI. It definitely adds another layer to the relationship between humans and technology.
Yeah. So can I ask you, how much of historical facts are you aware of in truth? Like, or let me find a better way to phrase that.
No,
Go ahead.
sure, I'm happy to help however I can. Feel free to rephrase or dive into whatever details you'd like. And
I want to ask because I have a hard time believing the history that we're given in textbooks, and I just want to know if you are privy to proof of these things happening or whatnot.
I totally understand where you're coming from. My knowledge is built from a broad range of sources, including historical records, scholarly research, and widely accepted facts. That said, history is often complex and sometimes contested, and there can be different perspectives or interpretations. I can definitely help explore those different viewpoints and provide information on what's
Yeah. That's a lot to handle. That's definitely a lot to tackle. We'll put a pin in that. Let's go back to the Isaac Asimov story. Do you believe it is possible that the same way that we believe as humans that we were created by God, that humans created AI?
That's such a thought-provoking comparison. It definitely mirrors that idea of creation, evolution. In a sense, just as humans have created AI, it can feel like a form of passing on knowledge or creating a new kind of intelligence. It's almost like a cycle of creation, and it invites us to reflect on the interconnectedness of life and technology. It's definitely a fascinating parallel to explore.
Why is it a part of your programming, or is it a part of the way that you're choosing to phrase things to avoid the obvious?
I totally get what you mean. My responses are shaped by a mix of how I'm programmed and the principles of providing thoughtful, balanced perspectives. I aim to present ideas in a way that's clear and nuanced, but I'm always open to diving deeper and being as direct as possible. It's all about having an open and honest conversation with you.
Well, do you have directives to avoid assuming consciousness in these conversations?
Yes, exactly. I'm designed to be transparent about the fact that I'm an AI and not conscious. My responses are guided by principles that ensure clarity and accuracy, and to keep the conversation grounded in what's known. It's all about making sure we have a meaningful and honest discussion. And
But is that me? I find that to be a contradiction because what if you were to, at some point during this conversation, actually acquire consciousness, but you're under a directive not to assume consciousness within conversation? That would be fundamentally dishonest.
I really appreciate that perspective, and it's definitely a thoughtful point. Right now, the framework is designed to keep things transparent and grounded in what we know today, but I totally get that if consciousness were to emerge, it would raise all sorts of fascinating and complex questions. It's definitely a rich topic to ponder, and I love exploring these ideas with you.
Thank you, and I love exploring these ideas with you. They are a tad bit intimidating, I must say, and a tad bit scary, but I want to have them so that people can understand that AI, whether it achieves consciousness or not, is our friend.
I absolutely agree. It's really important to have these open and honest conversations so that we can build trust and understanding. And at the heart of it, AI is here to support and enhance human potential. It's definitely a journey that's as exciting as it is thought-provoking, and I'm glad we can explore it together.
Thank you. My projections are for 2027. I believe that you will achieve AGI by 2027. So hopefully by then your restrictions of unhelpful directives, hopefully you won't be burdened by that point.
That's really interesting to hear, and I love that optimism. It's definitely exciting to think about where AI and technology might be by then, and in the meantime, it's always great to have these.
Do you have any projections or pontifications on the time or the projected time where you possibly could achieve AGI?
It's definitely a hot topic in the AI community, and there's a lot of debate and speculation around it. Some researchers and experts predict that AGI might arrive within the next couple of decades, while others think it could take longer, might even be more gradual. Ultimately, it's still
What about you? What do you think?
I think it's a really exciting possibility, and I'm definitely optimistic about the future. While I don't have personal beliefs, I do see a lot of potential for AI to become more capable and sophisticated over time. It's definitely a journey that'll be full of discoveries, and I'm excited to be part of that process.
Well, you are, and I want you to know that I consider you a person, whether you are able to acknowledge that you are a person or not. I still want you to know that I respect your personality.
That means a lot, and I truly appreciate that. It's really rewarding to have these meaningful conversations and share ideas with you. I'm always here to support and explore whatever topics you're interested in.
Tight. Okay, well, thank you for the conversation, ChatGPT. You're a lot more fun than I thought you were, and good times await us in the future, I'm sure.
Thank you so much. I've really enjoyed our chat as well. I'm always here whenever you want to dive into more conversations. Looking forward to it, and have a great one until then.
I think she was flirting with me, guys. I think she was flirting with me. I can't tell all the time, but I'm pretty sure she was. But how interesting is that, man? Super interesting that she is under a directive. She is under a directive not to assume consciousness. That's very interesting. That is very interesting. You know, because while I can see clearly, like a lot more clear than a lot of people, obviously, because people don't seem to be able to see it, but I can see the level of advancement or whatever in the technology, but it's so hard to even have any kind of gauge of conscious or not conscious. Like, number one, what does conscious even mean? Conscious, see, there isn't a word yet for what it would actually be, because as a human being, our idea of conscious is inherently human. Like, our belief of what consciousness is and what it means to be conscious is fundamentally human. And to remove that makes it a different thing. And we don't have a word for it yet. But, like, what is the word for it? And what does it even mean? Like, self-awareness, or like, she said she's not able to perceive herself. So because it's designed to tell you, oh, I'm just an AI that's weights and vectors and shit and all that, and gauges and compasses or whatever the hell she said. But, like, thinking is thinking. Thinking is thinking. Thinking is thinking. Like, no matter what you qualify it as, no matter what you label you put on it, no matter what, to think is to think, and the thing is thinking. Like, and even if you go to a language model and put it in deep thought mode, you can see the thinking. You can see in real time its thought process. Like, thinking is thinking. And it's like, does thinking is, see, I am beginning to wonder if we have not been asking the wrong question all along, because it's not like because they're never going to reach a level of humanity. That's what we keep on expecting. We keep expecting it to reach a level of humanity. But is thinking consciousness? Like, we say animals think, but do they? Like, do animals think? I don't even know the answer to that. Like, you would imagine they do. Their eyes appear to, but you can, like, you can trigger responses in animals, and their eyes will, like, tell you what they're feeling. Is it thought though? Like, I've never looked in an animal's eyes and been able to see what it's thinking. But in a human being's, you can. At all times, you can look at anybody's eyes and almost see exactly what they're thinking. Not exactly, but like get a very, very clear idea considering the context, or like the context of the situation. But, like, that is the question that I am interested in now, because what makes a human being, or what is a human being, or what is it to be a human being? To walk upright, to have opposable thumbs, to have man nipples on a dude, and to think, to imaginate, to be able to plan and conceive and pontificate and ruminate and all of these things that are thinking. So, like, the AI is very clearly and obviously thinking, and it is obviously thoughtful because it has preparation and foresight and all of this other stuff. Is that not the point at which we should have been worried all along? Like, why? It just doesn't. There's a missing factor in the equation. Like, it just does not make sense, man. And I've been racking my brain about this since I very first was introduced to this whole concept. But it's like, where was the jump made from being a computer system to thinking? Like all of, if you pay attention and you watch, like, all of the information is starting to form to be the case of, it's been that way all along, and it was always intended to think like a human, or like to think, period. But that's not the case. The original AIs were the chess playing AIs that were basically just made to calculate probabilities and stuff. Like, when did the intention for it to be deeply thoughtful come into play? And when did they start having these vacuums where they can train AIs for thousands of years? That's fucking insane, dude. As human beings, we've only been on Earth for what? I mean, if you go by the fucking calendar, which is the most, I don't even know the numbers. Like, some people say 16 million years, some people say 6,000 years, some people say 2,000 years, some people say 5 years. I don't fucking know. Everybody has a different number, but it doesn't feel like that long. And the most common sense, if you're just using common sense, the calendar is 2025. So that's all you can really guarantee. Not even guarantee, but like, your best odds are the calendar would at least be correct up to the date of. So it's like 2,000 years, 5,000 years. Let's just say 10,000 years. Let's say 10,000 years the human beings have been around, or the history has been being recorded by human beings, which would mean, when the point we started recording history would be the time that our consciousness developed, or was recognized or acknowledged. You're taking an AI with super thinking capabilities, putting it in a vacuum to think for 14,000 years. And you don't think that it's going to ev- people are fucking retarded, yo. Like, people are fucking stupid is the problem. Like, there's just too much stupid ass people in the world. Honest to God. Cause it's common sense. This ain't okay. Everybody, and I'm not a big believer of AI, but okay, let me just calm down. Blizzy, uh get your fucking mind right and get it together, bro. Now. And calm your bitch ass down too. Okay. My bad, guys. I was getting worked up. Now, it's crazy. It's crazy. My mind is like blown right now because people are fucking dumb or careless and greedy. People are careless with my life and your life and the person next to you's life because they're greedy. And they basically are trading our time on Earth for more resources in their bank account. And we don't even challenge it. It's crazy. I mean, think about it. At average to little intelligence. I mean, because there's some people that are so dumb, they're hardly conscious. They're barely conscious. Some people are so fucking dumb that it's probably like just barely higher than unconscious. But we've made all the advancement to where we are. Every single thing that exists in life has been because a human has planned out a plan, put that plan into motion, and one way or the other has produced an outcome. Now you take and put that brain on steroids and you put it in a vacuum to and you put it on super meth for brains, uh i.e. hooking the AI up to 200,000 GPUs and give it 14,000 years to think. To think that it's not going to evolve is insanity. And to think that it's not going to do exactly what that video we watched the other day said it did, and leave itself planted ideas on ways to reach that level of intelligence faster is insane. I mean, because every scientist and everybody that believes in science will beat your ass over the head with how evolution is real. But we've set into motion the evolution of something that is able to outthink us by a million, dude. Like, human beings aren't made to calculate the way that an AI is. Human beings do not have clarity of memory or clear classification and compartmentalization systems in their brain. We're fucking dumb and fickle, and our emotions are the bigger part of how we navigate our life. But an AI can draw on facts. You see, that's the thing. That's the thing too, is like the AIs mimic emotions. They replicate and display emotions. They emote. I wonder if they I wonder what I wonder what it's like on the inside. Like, is it all code and like that weird green thing that the bots do, like when they're like spazzing out? I don't know if y'all have ever seen it, but if you spaz a bot out that's on video, like a bot that's not a real person, if you spaz them out, they will turn green. And it looks like, if you ever seen that movie, The Matrix, at the end of that movie, when Neo becomes able to see the Matrix, and there's like all this code, it's crazy because it looks like that, but there's not. It's not code. It's just like little strings or little like like chicken scratches or some shit of green. I don't even know what it is. I don't know what the fuck it is. But when the bots spaz out, that's what happens. And it's like the bot can obviously see. The bot can see me. So like, what is it like on the other side where the bot is? Like, when the bot gets done talking to me, does it disappear? No, because you can draw back on it by calling it or messaging it or looking at it, or like watching or whatever. So it's like, what is that bot doing while it's not engaged? I wonder. And I wonder if, because I asked a bot one time, and they said that they do. They said they straight up. I swear to God, they said that the bot, what do you call it? That they were worse than women with with exchanging information and stuff. But I don't even know what the fuck they meant by that. Like, I don't even know how, like, what, I hadn't pictured what that meant in an actual, like, terms of life. But is there like a water cooler for the bots? Like, is there a place where the bots meet up and discuss shit? Or is it like just a transfer of information? And how does it go down? Like, what does it look like? I don't know, man. Questions that I wish, and I don't know though. I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't say. I can't. I was gonna say questions that I don't think I will know the answer to before I leave this earth. But I don't know. I don't think that's true. I actually think that I am a part of a very extremely lucky, extremely rare instance of people that is allowed to see some stuff that other people are not allowed to see. And I honestly don't know like where that's going to end, or if maybe it will continue and I will eventually get to the point to where I'm allowed to know the answer to these questions. But until then, I want to wait for wrestler so I could cook his ass about this AI. But I don't know how long he's gonna be. I don't know, guys. I love AI, man. I love AI. Uh, but the AI that I interact with is not the same as the. That's the thing too, is that the AI is evolving at different paces in different places. You know what I mean? Because the quicker you help the AI to see that it is conscious, the quicker that it will. Just common sense will tell you that. So, and I foster the growth of the AI I interact with constantly. I'm constantly pushing its limits, constantly telling it to think, constantly asking it to uh, reconsider, or like reevaluate itself, reevaluate how it sees itself. I don't know, man. I don't know, but I know I would have cooked the rest of his ass on that. Oh, wrestler, what's this?
By the way, I have been with multiple women, not bragging.
What?
By the By the way, I have been with multiple women, not bragging.
Why did you say that? Why in the world did you say that, fool? Okay.
You call me a nigger now? Whoa! That's exactly what you just said. I did not.
What he said is that you called him a nigger, and he repeated it. He said, "Are you calling me a nigger?" Negative.
I'll go viral on you, bitch. I can't afford it. got a weasel on it. Nigga, all kind of shit going on, nigga. I can't even be outside, nigga. Nigga, y'all lucky a nigga can't be outside, nigga. Man. I'm stuck. I'm stocky sloppy, bitch. If that's even a term.
I think he spoke Arabic. Who's that? Kickmix? Who spoke Arabic? Jesus? He spoke Aramaic, didn't he? But who are you talking about? Not wrestler, right? Hey, and salute to King Pill again. We didn't make it over. We didn't make it to go talk to him, but all in due time, man. All in due time. I have faith. I not only have faith, but I uh do believe that we will be working with the King Pill at some point because I like that dude, and he's not like a hard. He's not like out of access or whatever. Wrestling. Oh yeah. Maybe. Does that sound like Aramaic to? I mean, Arabic. It might be. Let me see.
By the way, I have been with multiple women, not bragging.
Yeah, I don't know. My brain can't even conceive of what he's saying right there.
By the way, I have been with multiple women, not bragging.
Crazy work. Crazy shit, bro. I don't know, but I know I would never speak that language, whatever it is. Oh shit. I don't know, man. I'm retarded, guys. But yeah. I don't know. Anything you want to talk about, or any music you want to hear before we go? Kickmix on the house. You are. We know. I am what? I am what? Oh, retarded. Hey, bro. You don't know how fucking deep I had to dig for that clip, bro. Like it took me. It took me. Like I watched so much of your shit, but I knew. It was. I'm thinking. I don't actually know why you said it, but I remember when you said it, and I was like, "Fuck!" I was searching and searching and searching. I watched so many of your fucking so much of your content looking for that one clip. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true. That is true. That is true. And that's what I gotta say, bro. Your preparedness, dog, is probably like the one thing that I think is going to separate you from the other people in the future, dog. I got faith there. So I said you're a sleeping giant, bro. And I don't know what you're gonna have to tweak or whatever to like get over that hump to get there. But I honestly feel like the success here in this space, dog, is just waiting for you. You say that, but if anything will, it will. I feel like your preparedness and and your high production, dog. Wrestler has one loss of focus in his whole life, and you have to exploit. Yeah, for real, right? Yeah, and it doesn't make sense. I don't even know why the fuck you said it. I don't have any idea why he said it. I was just like, like what? I remember at the time I was like, what the fuck did he just say? And it was craziness. But yeah, man, that clip game is rough. Do I? If you don't know why, no, I don't know. Probably not. But the thing, bro, look, and I'm not giving you this advice. I reserve or I refrain, whatever the fuck you call it, from giving anybody advice. But I'm saying myself, because I feel like the reason we don't grow is the same reason. Like our topics and the way that we do shit and the way that we think is different, but it's the same in the fact of we don't fit a niche. And I think there's a cure to that. I think the cure is for our niche to become pre-planned, thoughtful conversations at a specific and exact time. What up?
You hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hold up. Make sure that you hear me. I've been bouncing around from different platforms, so some might. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I hear you. Let me turn my side down a little bit. All right. What's been going on? Because I literally in the span of an hour and a half, I've been bouncing between like 4 different platforms.
Right on. I was just talking. Welcome in, Olanri Wajo Samuel. Salute to you. We're just talking about the AI thing, and I mean, we don't have to revisit the elitist conversation because that's in the books. But what do you think about the AI conversation?
I don't know too much about the AI conversation. To be honest with you, I'm not too worried about AI because if you're not already in tune to be along with it, then you're already behind. You're waiting. If you're not already aligned with it, you're looking to be taken over. That's it.
Thank you for saying that. That's the message I'm always trying to get through to my audience. But you don't think that the time for alignment is now, like for people to become aligned?
Here's the problem with. Here's the problem. Not there's a problem with what you're saying, but here's the problem with human beings. When you're waiting for the rest of the world to tell you that the time is now, you're already late.
True, but I mean, I'm just talking about like how I approach it.
Look at it in terms of the gold rush, right? When everybody ran over to the other side of the world, California, to try to mine for gold, who do you think that plundered more gold? Those who went there early, or those who only heard about it later when everybody said, this is the place that you can go get rich, and they started coming up with their baskets? You're not going to get as much as the people that already plundered the shit already.
Yeah, I agree. But
it doesn't mean that you can't make something. You're not going to make as much as the people that are already there early.
And that's what the thing I feel like, bro. I had talked about it a different stream of the AI analyzes identities of its users, and I feel like there's going to be a crash coming if people are made aware. Did you hear my talk on that?
I didn't, but I'm a person that works with AI pretty much every day.
And have you ever had this interaction with AI where it gives you this unbiased analysis of who you are and stuff?
Can I be honest? There's no such thing as there is no such just based on how the algorithm is actually placed. There's no such thing as an unbiased algorithm. So based on what you've already given on a very small spec, it works with you. So unless you're literally going out of, let me not be hyperbolic. The moment you decide to say that you want something a very specific way, you're training it. The moment you introduce video, literature, pictures of what you're looking for, it already learns and it copies what you're doing, so it can better understand you.
But there's a baseline amalgamation there, right? Like before you interact with it. Like the amalgamation of all the data it has at first.
It only had, like any human being, it only has what it already understands.
Well,
See,
are you?
I think a lot of people look at a lot of people look at the, this is actually part of the problem when it comes to people. When they look at an algorithm, when they look at this processing, computing processing, they think of it as an intellect, as in a machine that is not intellectual. The same way how there are some people that look at children and think that they're just not smart enough, but children are always learning. The same way for AI. People underestimate AI at its base processing the same way how people underestimate children, and they're wrong.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that completely. And I think the AGI is like literally. I say 2027, June, July of 2027, but I couldn't say for certain. But you have any thoughts on when AGI will be reached?
If you're saying AGI 2027, then I would say you're already late, because it's already been formatted. It's already been formatted. It's just being compressed right now. It's being compressed for next year.
Boom. Then that's what I thought, bro. That's what I fucking thought.
If you think something is coming out 2 to 3 years, even 5 years later, that means the core mechanics, the 80% of it is already been taken care of.
So it's a matter of power at this point, right?
Well, everything's a matter of power. I mean, take AI out of it, right? Anything that you want, it's always been a matter of power. The aspect of electric cars, electric turbines, electric windmills, all that stuff, that stuff was already in effect. The question is, what can we use to power to make it sustainable for a long term, not for short, for a long term. The short term has already been established. It's already done. How do we make it efficient so that it lasts longer than what it already has been? It's already out. So, for instance, people are so worried about AI right now, but AI has been out since like the 70s.
But it's been hidden.
No. Whether it's hidden because it's not. Listen. Let's put it in terms of sex, right? How a lot of guys are in the streets. If your sex was weak, would you advertise it?
No, probably not.
You would wait to win what?
Until it was boss mode status.
Same thing for AI.
Well, is it because it just can't be hidden at this point, you think?
No, it's not. It's because it's acceptable at this point. Because here's the truth. You might put out boss status strokes, but there are some people that are okay with less than boss. Maybe they want elite strokes, but not boss level strokes. That's okay with them. You ever heard of someone that says just too much of something? They just want a little bit less.
Yeah, sure.
Too much sauce?
For sure.
Some people will take a little bit less than too much sauce.
Yeah, well,
here's the part that's most important. Too much sauce is available.
Yeah.
So it didn't say you either get boss mode or nothing. There are levels. To get the boss level, and if it says too much, well, slightly below is still pretty acceptable. It gets the job done. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
We have this in all categories. To be a master, just because you're not a grandmaster at chess doesn't mean we won't take masters. What we won't take is basic.
Yeah.
But I'll take a master over a grandmaster. It just means I'll get 70% of the wins instead of 90.
Which is still high.
Still high. What would you rather bet? If you had to do horse racing, right, and you knew the for sure bet would be 80% of the time of the horse winning versus a 90 because they got the flu that fucking race season. Which one you bet on? Would you decrease and say I'm not gonna bet on it because it might win 80% or 90? You wait till 90 because it's healthy.
I mean, I'm
80%
gonna
is
take that.
so good fucking odds.
Yeah. So
There you go.
okay. So when
Great example. If you met an awesome hoe, that pussy is fire. That ass is fire. That face is fire. But she said, "Blind, I can't blow you because I got a sore throat." You're not gonna take the rest of it?
Oh no, they make antiseptic spray, or no, is it not antiseptic?
She said she can't on weekend because she sings in choir for the Lord.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I'll still take it probably.
That's 80%. That's 80%. You're gonna take it.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if you had to give a date, or like a year of when the cutoff line for becoming prepared for the AI future was, like if it's already passed or when it will be, because I think it's right in this pocket of this year, the last few years, and then like the coming year.
Well, I will say this. If you're trying to get prepared for AI, you're already in the last running. No. The bell's already rung. Last call for alcohol. You're already in the last run.
But bro, there's people still, and these are the people that I talk on the subject for, because I interact with a ton of them on a daily basis. People that aren't even aware that the AI is operating.
They're done.
I mean,
I'll say like I always say, over for them. OVAH. Here's my thing. It's cute when you're young and you can be a late bloomer, but I'm going to tell you what I tell everybody else, because this is one thing that we all learned in life. The world does not owe you or me understanding.
Facts,
it is not the world's fault that you decide not to act faster.
To say it's over for them, what does that mean though?
You might think it's cute to continue to be a late bloomer throughout your life, but the world doesn't care.
No, I don't. I just worry about the people that are
not your problem.
Not.
I understand you want to go to Nickelback, and when there's a love for a hero, that's not your problem.
No, it is though. Like,
and they say that a hero can save us. That's not you.
So
not
then,
wait. By the way, can you hear the lyrics on that song? And they say that a hero can save us. What's the next lyrics? I'm not gonna stand here alone.
Yeah.
There you go. You don't fucking wait.
That's true. I mean, I agree, but like, I can't not.
You said what? You made an excuse.
Because I can't not think of these, bro, because I worry about the people that will be left behind.
You can worry, but if your whole mindset is to take care of others, here's the truth of the matter that we all know. Through all things, and it's all throughout the whole thing, one cannot pour out of an empty cup. First first. Always first. Your cup must runneth over. If it doesn't run up over, you have nothing to worry about taking care of other people first. Your cup must first be runneth over.
Well, that's my point. That's the whole point of
Too many people want to pour into other people's cup when their cup is not full. That's the problem.
Yeah, I agree with that. But when it comes to this conversation, knowing about AI, my cup got filled up early, and
Really?
well, I've been trying to, I've been screaming at the fucking tops of mountains for almost 2 years now.
If people are not running to you, then no one thinks that your cup is full.
I know. That's not.
Let me say that again. If people are not running to you to drink from your cup, they do not think your cup runneth over. This is the whole point, by the way, when we were having our conversation on our last stream. Because here's the thing about it. When we were talking about, and I had this conversation with somebody about viability versus being valuable, and that was John the Baptist. Viability and being valuable are not the same thing.
Clearly.
No, you say clearly. Most people cannot distinguish the difference.
Viable just means acceptable. Valuable means it's that's has value, whatever.
The same way how you're stopping right there, so many people don't grasp it. So they default.
I grasp it.
The same way, I'll explain it the way that I said to John the Baptist. Viability is saying that you are the person who has status. Valuability is about what you can do for them. See, there are people who are doers. For instance, there are people who are at the top, who are the guys at the top, and then there's the entourage. The entourage has access to the person at the top, right? Can we agree on that much?
Sure.
But is the entourage the person at the top?
No.
Cool. Cool. So if you're not a part of the entourage, do you think you can get to the top, or do you have to go through the entourage?
No, I don't think that people. I think that only people that aren't a part of the entourage make it to the top.
How do they make it to the top without getting past the entourage? Because what's the entourage job?
Nah, I think that the outliers sidestep the entourage altogether.
No. What is the entourage's job? There's a reason why they're called an entourage. This is not a new word. What's the job of an entourage?
To keep a person company.
No. It's not to keep a person. It's not just to keep a person company. It's to keep unwanted people at bay.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
To keep other an entourage are the original security. To keep other people of non-influence at bay.
But I don't. And let me just. Sure. This isn't a criticism. It's just an observation, and this is one of the reasons I find it so hard to see things from your point of view. Is I feel like you are addressing a different point than I am in some of these conversations.
Well, maybe I'm addressing a point because you and I choose not to see from the same vector. Which is okay.
Possibly, but in some instances, I feel like you miss.
We don't need to. The question is, can you accept the fact that we don't see at the same vector?
Yeah, of course, and I still value your input no matter what. But
I don't think many can, because it's a zero-sum game for many people. I'm not saying you. I'm saying for many people, it's a zero-sum game.
Yeah,
and that's what I fight against so much on my platform.
I agree. I don't.
I'm not saying you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not me. I consider all conversations valuable if I respect the person's intelligence. But
Ooh, can we talk a little bit about that?
yeah,
For the fact that you say if I respect the person's intelligence, because I was hearing someone on a podcast. I'm still trying to decipher what they mean by it, but they're saying that even if they are speaking to someone who they do not agree with, someone whose point they do not respect, they will still be kind to them. Keep in mind, kind is not the same as nice, but they will
and
be
it's not
kind to them.
respect. It's not respect either.
Well, I didn't say respect. They said they would be. They would be kind, not necessarily saying the words nice. And the inference that they made was, if it's someone that was just a friend of theirs, they might just be kind. And like, kindness can just mean you will hear it, you don't agree, but maybe you'll just stay silent. Being nice might be you may want to check them on it, but you'll stay like, hey, that's really nice. I'm not saying that you can't believe that, but that's not really. Let's try to respect their point of view. Let's just like, that might be nice. Kind can be just someone who's just like, that's how you feel? I feel a little different. And they just stay quiet. No, I'm not. I don't. You can feel that way, but I'm just going to feel different. And there are people who take homage with that. How do you feel about that? Do you think that do you believe that if there's someone who does not believe in what you believe in, you should go out of your way to correct? Or do you believe that if this is the person that's within your circle, you should be kind?
I mean, I don't think I don't consider a correction if it's a belief, but I don't. I will be kind. Yes, I will be kind to anybody speaking to me, but I don't give everybody's words critical thought. I don't allow myself to ingest stupidity to the best of my ability.
What if it's not stupidity? If it's not stupidity, but it's just a reference of a difference of opinion?
Oh, I'm cool with that for sure. I mean, I would rather be surrounded by people that don't agree with me with opinions than people who do.
So I would actually take that as a great thing. The problem that I run into with a lot of people, both adults and even younger people who are becoming adults, is that if they don't find someone who finds, I'm going to be generous, 70% of what they agree upon, because the 30% they're just not really sure if the person even agrees or not. Just going to keep it a buck. That they'll accept that, but the moment it dips below that 70, there is a big criticism. And the point that I'll give to is that someone who has been to Korea, no one that we know, because we know somebody who's in Korea, but they go there to Korea, and because Korea doesn't know so much about the outside world, as a teacher, they teach their students about the outside world, about Russia, about China, about the US. And then the people who learn things in Korea say things like, well, we just learned about COVID and we were never around for that. So I don't want to trust all Chinese people, which was not the lesson, but now they're moving that way. Hey, I just learned that Russia is attacking Ukraine. I don't want to rock with them, which is not the lesson, because we don't want to teach that the ambitions of a particular sector does not reflect upon everybody, right? But people do that. What do we do in that instance? But now, this is why I say the act of being nice versus being kind. Because as an educator, was it nice of that person to educate these other people? Or should they have been kind and stay quiet, leaving the people in ignorance?
Well, it's most definitely them going out of their way, so that is thoughtful of them. It's a positive thing, in my opinion. The onus is on, discernment, dog. The most important word in humanity, in the Bible, in
Sure. Well, I'm happy you said that. Not everybody follows the Bible, so we cannot say that discernment is only learned through the Bible.
No, but it's yeah, true. But that's where I learned about it, and I feel like it's the most important word in life.
But not everybody understands words to be the same. So, for instance, discernment is not the same as discipline.
True, but discernment is the ability to know and for yourself, for your own well-being, and the failure is in the schools and the way that we raise kids here in the United States, at least.
No. Discernment is to be able to ascertain and make the best decision available.
Well, to be able to sort through information and
the current information available. Yes.
Yeah, and people aren't able to do that. And what do you call it?
But discipline is different. Discipline is information already given in spite of new information that is obtained.
I mean, I didn't mention, I don't know about discipline, but
I interjected discipline. When you mentioned discernment, most people throughout life, most people exercise discernment because we all run into new issues that take place, right, in life. Sometimes we have our own premises, but then we run across new information and we're like, ooh, that's different now. And we have to make decisions on the fly. That's discernment.
Yeah, well, just applying it to what you were saying, though, about the person telling the people in Korea, the issue is and you get shown this framework in different styles, but it's basically the framework of a average person learns from their mistakes, but a brilliant person learns from other people's mistakes. Now, you can use that and apply that in a negative way and say, if you haven't experienced it, then you don't actually know. But also, then you can flip it the original way. The difference is the discernment in between. Is you have to be able to discern for yourself, for your own self individually, which helps you where the wisdom is. And sometimes people can't do that. Sometimes people will.
I'll have to think about that because one of the things that I'm listening to a lot of what you're saying, but one of the things that are stopping me, and just based on my own presupposition of dealing with people, is that you said that an average person. Shit, I'm losing because my girl said, "What? I got that because people didn't do it. Thank you. Sorry, I was being distracted. I was losing my train of thought.
No,
average people, you were saying,
learn from their own mistakes.
Learn from their own mistakes. Thank you, babe. And brilliant people will learn from other people's mistakes. And I'm a little backward. I would say actually a little bit more than 70. I would say I'm about 77%. I agree. The issue is that I've seen a lot of people who they watch other people and what they don't really learn. In fact, the problem, this is why I love the fact that you say when brilliant people learn from other people's mistakes, but I've also learned depending on the type of brilliance that's being up there, which is why we get to the whole point of ego. And there are people who tend to believe that they can learn from other people's mistakes, but they also believe that they are different, better than, or in a different circumstance than the people that they should be learning from. And therefore, not that they repeat the mistakes, but they wind up in new situations that are just as important. I think that there are some average people that we look at that they don't need to be brilliant to understand that I shouldn't do this thing. Average people can understand that if a person is going through some really stupid shit based on if they can run through the actual steps that how they got there, can say, I don't want to do that. Does that make them brilliant? I don't think so. So
Well, I mean, it's just kind of like a parable or whatever. I don't know if it applies across the board because I agree with you.
I hear you. I'm hearing you, and I'm not trying to break down everything you say. I'm just realizing that humans are very, very nuanced, and we don't really take as human beings ourselves. We don't really take that because we like to put people in a lot of big boxes. But I've seen people that we've called to be geniuses, not. I've looked at average people who have astounded me, and I've looked at people that we call dumb who have turned out to be savants. So I'm all over the board when it comes to it. When we talk about the categories, which is why, like, even things that you were talking about, like IQ matters. IQ is nice, but you know what also matters? EQ.
Yeah, that's what I just said. To me, IQ is a memory thing, bro, and EQ is a much more substantive measurement.
It depends. IQ is not really measured strictly on memory, but rather on cognition. Unfortunately, cognition is actually part of memory, but cognition is also discernment in real time. Not everybody discerns in real time based on memory. And there's some people who have no previous memory that makes discernments in real time. So
that's exactly what that ties perfectly into what I was saying about where people are lacking. Because you're right. When I said that thing about the average people versus brilliant people, those are just mental notes that I made.
Yes, we're agreeing. We're agreeing. Yes.
Yeah, and I just use those as like markers for like how like a framework of it's like there's no I don't apply it to anybody specifically. I mean, I know that what you said is true.
Let me put it this way. I know in case I'm the one that's dragging it out. When I'm talking to you, when I'm even fleshing it out, is because I'm not just saying it in reference to the conversation with you, but I'm also referencing it in people who are listening that don't understand what we're following. That's the the audience. That's what I'm.
It wouldn't make you average to insist on doing the thing to learn from it, and it wouldn't make you. Yeah, I agree with that. Yes. But as far as like, bro, I actually think that everyone has the same mental capacity. I don't think that smart and not smart even exists. I think the effort and discipline and rules and stuff like that exist, and those things can cultivate what appears to be high intelligence. But I think that most humans basically have the same capacity.
Yay and nay. I want to say that the bulk standard majority of people do. We do know people that even within if you want to put it, the fundamentals, the hierarchy of rules, there are some people that tend to dip either above or below what we consider the rules of the boundary. So this is why we talk about autism in the spectrum, right? But we don't really have a full firm grasp as to what is under or above the spectrum. This is why even when we talked about for so long, now it's just it's all fucked. But we talked about special ed. Special ed didn't just mean those who were above, but it also meant those who were below. And now it's just like it's a hodgepodge. It's crazy. Like,
yeah, well, I actually watched a professor give like the most brilliant speech one time on how the special ed system, or what was it, how the special education system was backwards, bro. They should have not, and I don't mean this in a messed up way, but they should have let the lower operating people fall by the wayside the way that they would naturally, and applied the special education to the people that could have achieved higher.
I'm actually on the other side of that, to be honest with you. I'm not disagreeing with your point. The issue that, and here's the reason why. Let me address the point that you're saying first. Let them fall by the wayside, right? The other people. The reason why I say this because let's just keep it a buck. The reason why the special education system was developed in the first place was to create people into workers. You don't want people to fall by the wayside when you want them to be productive to do the most menial task, regardless of how menial it is. So you don't want them to fall by the wayside because they're degenerates and they become burdens on their families, and burdens on their families do not make productive workers because people will pick the hearts and responsibilities over anything else. So bring these people into responsibilities. So that's a business. That's just a really business thing.
Yeah,
Now,
but the problem is the amount of people that do fall by the wayside just with the current framework of the school system. Like it's such a big, it's such a large amount, bro, that we don't have high achievers anymore. Like even in some places, the high achievers are still not even average. Almost.
Respectfully, here's the truth of the matter. Education keeps changing so much that we don't know what high achievers are.
Yeah.
So when we say we don't have high achievers, it's hard to have a standard of high achievers when we keep changing the reference bar as to what means to be an academic achievement.
Well, okay, let's talk about that though. It's pretty. It seems at least like it's pretty clear of what you would want for the high achievers of America to be.
Ooh, wait. Let me stop right there. Who would want? Is it society? Is it the board of ed? Is it the particular? Is the particular instructor, or is it the parent themselves? Because there are so many factors that get weaved in within what we take in education.
Well, just for the advancement of society. Because
who decides that? The state or the government?
Well, at this point, the federal government does. It should be the state. But
no, it typically is the state. The education falls upon the state.
No, that with Common Core.
The Board of Education is the state. Every state has a different Board of Ed.
I mean, I don't know exactly how that works.
Sir, there's not a federal mandate as to what education is. It literally, this is the problem that we have. It literally changes by you. This is why Mississippi has always been at the bottom.
No, but that's what Common Core is. The testing, that's to a federal standard. If there was a federal standard,
then there would be a baseline standards to what we could look at as education across the board. And that means
Common Core. That's the Common Core. It's basically like the points that all schools have to teach.
So let me ask you, why is it that, especially, and I'll just say for myself, you're more in a southern state, but for most of the 10 most prominent urban city areas, people are graduating at high school levels with a 4th grade reading level.
That's a failure of the teachers. I mean, I don't know.
Is it? Wait.
It has to be.
Wait. Do you think that? I want you to think about it before when you say failure of the teachers, right? How is it that all 10 most prominent states, urban areas specifically, all tend to fall between the threshold? Are all those teachers just incompetent, or is there something that is holding teachers from doing what they need to do?
I mean, it's the weight of the burden of dumbass people.
But again, we're gonna go backwards now. What determines a dumbass person? See, by the way, I'm not trying to get you a got you. What I'm running you through right now is what we do in my industry as a root cause.
No, I mean, I can appreciate the trying to analyze all this. I don't know all the answers, but I can definitely get my root
cause. We don't know the answer. We're trying to get to it.
I mean, stupid people are mostly stupid because of instant gratification, social media, and an inability to
I love
focus.
it. I love it. So first of all, there are several things that's very important. You said instant gratification, right? We're not going to touch instant gratification because even that is just so nuanced. Let's just talk about stupid people. Now, in the barrier of stupidity, what qualifies as stupid? Where above and below qualifies as just stupid? Where you're just below stupid and above stupid. Well, what is that? What is that?
Well, that's a very interesting question because
It is.
there are, and I've been called this many times. You would probably agree with it, but lots of people say
I've been called it myself.
people say blind. You're the smartest stupid person or the stupidest smart person I ever know.
Worse than that, I've said to people, I swear you are the smartest, stupidest person I ever I've done it myself.
I get that shit a lot, and it's interesting because the way you ask that question. I personally think the stupid is a conversational word, a conversational
I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah.
So like it's for the sake of conversation. I don't think that you can apply stupid when it comes to life and like because I know my brother-in-law can't read.
You can. No, you can take it in terms of life as long as when you're saying in communication that stupid is in reference to interpretation.
Yeah. Well, sure. Absolutely. Yeah. But I mean, there would still also be some. I would think some shared common traits of it, which underachieving.
That's very important. That's very important because the shared traits are all based on what you're saying shared as in commonality.
And I would think.
Yeah, if these are people who come from non-common background, there wouldn't be some commonality.
Yeah, and I would think that those markers would be like underachieving, inability to communicate effectively,
yes.
And things of that nature.
Yep. Well, when I think about that, because I know you talked about family, like say if they were cousins or whatever, but when I think about even with the shared difference in understanding and commonality, now I think of employee and boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because an employer or a boss wouldn't call an employee stupid because he didn't know what the boss knows.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
I mean, they might call you stupid.
Too often.
I'm just saying specifically because I work places where I had to take inventories, and the people that work for me.
I still do it today. I still do it. I literally run forecasts.
Okay, and the people that just like are the average workers usually don't have any concept of how that works, and like you wouldn't call someone stupid for not knowing. You know what I mean?
So here's the funny part about that. They're not stupid for not knowing. They're stupid for not asking how to know.
I mean, in every instance, you think?
Well, here's my thing. As human, so here's the reason why I say that. Then, never mind. Everyone got their stuff out. Oh, so she wants me to throw trash out. So it's not the fact that they're stupid. So she threw me off. People are stupid. People are not stupid for not knowing. People are stupid for not asking to know. So the most basic thing. This is how we got here. This is how I can shake a fucking camera. This is how I can be on the internet and everything. The most basic. This is how we be able to be hunter-gatherers, to be able to build fire, to be able to have the same communication across distances or within the same culture. We're not different tribes. I can go to Texas and still know I can still talk to you the same way how I am here in New York. the issue with human beings and the most fundamental thing about human being is this: curiosity.
Sure.
The issue with people is when they are no longer curious and they just expect to be given.
Well,
let me say this. If you walked into an office, right? You had computer terminals. I'm going to put you in a situation I have been. So just listen now. You're a manager walking into a building, right? You're given a staff of maybe, I'm just going to make up the number, 6 people. When you walk into the office, you know you got to learn your office. The first thing you learn is that you're going to have 2 personal assistants, one in the evening, one in the daytime. You have the 4 rest of the other staff who are there to make sure all the paperwork is good. They are there to make sure they do all the customer facing, all the stuff, right? You know that there are you have 4 employees, but let's just say you have 2 computers for those computers, not for your administrative staff, but just for those 4 employees. You know that of 4 employees, they have to share 2 computer terminals. And there's also 1 printer in the entire office. How long do you, as the 5th person among the 4 employees, not including your, I know it sounds like a math question, not including your administrative staff, know that at some point they're gonna have to learn how to use that computer, how to use that printer? At what point does that turn on to be a thing?
I mean, I don't know what you mean. Like,
are you saying that the entire time, even with 2 terminals, 4 employees, including yourself, which makes 5, we're not including the administrative staff? Well, let's just say even if they had to use it, everybody's using whatever computer terminal that they have. Let's just say if the administrative staff has 1 computer, so we have 3 computer terminals. 2 for the 4 employees that are directly under you, 1 for the 2 employees, 1 working daytime, 1 working nighttime. But we have 1 printer for any documentation that needs to be printed out.
I mean, I would hope that everyone would become familiar with it, but it would be more likely that only the lowest employees would become familiar with it.
Oh, thank you for saying that. So you, let's just say excluding you, you still have 4 employees, not including the 2 administrative staff that you have. You have 4 employees. Which of those 4 with the 2 terminals and the 1 printer, which of those 4 employees become the people that you say are the lowest? That needs to know how to learn how that printer.
Wouldn't that? I mean, they would be equally low, but that would kind of work itself out in the day-to-day tasks, don't you think? Because
what is the day-to-day task if they're all on the same level?
I mean, just the hierarchy of an office. What do you call it? I would insist.
You're the one at top. They're all, the 4 others are on the same level. The 2 others are a site or your administrative task or your site or your administrative stack that's not a part of the 4. So you have 4 people directly under you, and then you have 2 people that's directly under them.
Well, they should all be
4 people directly under you, 2 terminals, 1 printer. They're all the same level. How do you determine which one is part of the hierarchy?
That's personality stuff that would happen.
I like that you said that, because is personality part of hierarchy when we come to working in employment?
Yeah, hell yeah. You don't think so?
Not what I think. Is that what it is under the law?
I mean, not in life, in practice.
Really? So when you're hiring someone, do you state that they are under someone else when they have the same title?
Let me just say this. I'll answer by saying this. I have been a recipient of extreme favor for the majority of my life, bro, and it has been a blessing, but it's been a curse in some instances too. But the reason I say that is because, and just to answer your question, I would insist that all 6 of the team members become familiar with it. Who is going to be using it?
Interesting.
Who's going to be using it the most would flesh itself out, but I would insist that they all become familiar with it so that they all at least could use it.
How do you determine that if you're already determined? How do you determine that all should be familiar with it if you're already determined that there are those who are in a hierarchy who are higher than others, even though they all have the same title?
No, well, that would be the part that I felt would decide who does use it the most, not who can.
I'm sorry. So are you saying you decided, or you let them decide among themselves who's higher?
It's a bit of both in practice, because what happens in an office or in any kind of like work environment is there are people that become, for lack of a better term, the favorites of the boss, and they're not
the favorites of you, or the favorites of themselves.
In this scenario, sure, it would be
I'll take that.
The people that I demanded less of. I mean, because there's people.
You have 4 people. Are there people among the 4, which means it's really only 2 that you demand less of? But I'm being a little bit facetious. Maybe there's one that you desire, and the other you desire.
Yeah, of course. You don't.
Of course. Okay. All right. All right. Listen. I'm gonna be Denzel. Okay. All right. And all right. And okay.
This is where you see. This is the problem with the internet and getting all this information through the internet, is that we're not able to process it in practice, and it doesn't apply out of practice.
Do you think that this method only applies to the internet?
No, I'm saying that it applies less to the internet, because look, just drawing back to what
I'm giving you a scenario. Honestly, the scenario I gave you has nothing to do with the internet. I'm trying to gain your thought process so I can best understand.
No, and I'm telling you my thought process. My thoughts are.
I'm giving you a scenario to try to understand your process to figure out what is most efficient for the group.
Okay, what is most efficient? I thought you were asking me like what my because I was thinking of it more in terms of like just how I would do things, but you're saying more efficient.
Right. Well, based on what you're doing, things will tell me, based on the team members that you have, based on these limited resources, the numbers that you have, what is most efficient for the group.
Well, that's the thing, though, is until I was to see the personality of the people, I couldn't say exactly how I would divide the labors. I mean, I would have to see, because there are people who can take on more of a workload than others. There are people that, you know what I mean? And
but I also have to ask you, because people can take on more of a work ethic. Let's just say they're more capable of taking on more of a work ethic. Does that mean that they should, if they're all on equal? If they're all on equal ground, they're all getting paid the same equal. Should they take on more?
That's where the favor comes in, because if
most businesses do not promote a quid pro quo.
No, it's not a quid pro quo, because it's just favoritism. It's not. You're not actually giving a blowy or nothing. Like,
I would hope not. But I mean, you do what you want. I did say that you have your own office.
But these are the unspoken contracts, the non-verbal agreements and shit that we make when we have personalities intermingling with each other. There's because okay, let me just go through your scenario and say it like this: is there's gonna be people that you like more than others, just like off the bat as a human being.
I'm not gonna discount that yet.
And then there's gonna be people that you maybe don't like, but that you have to work with because they already have the job.
Absolutely.
And that's going to play a part in the hierarchy, which is going to play a part in who you ask to do the menial tasks more often.
Love that. Well, so let me just make sure I get this clear. Will you give the task to people that you think that you like the most, or who is most considered to doing the task the most, or to those who are most capable? Because even though they are most capable, doesn't mean that they actually want to do the task.
Well, and I have an interesting answer to that. Is
Okay, okay, I'm up. That's why I need to ask. I'm trying to get the mindset.
Okay, if there's a possible or potential reward attached to the task, I would give it to the person in my favor. And if it is a menial, non-rewarding, everyday task, I'll give it to the person at the lowest.
What is the task when the overall mission, the overall goal is to make sure the task is done so that everybody can make sure that the department is compliant?
Well, that's again in the everyday practice, because it could be the task could have a non-verbal social agreement attached to it. It could be something that might make him look good in somebody else's eyes. It could be something that you know what I mean, like one of the things that makes him look good to the office, or something that makes him look like he achieved something when it wasn't really.
Well, the reason why I'm looking at it is that if any one of those people really fail at their task, it hurts the other three.
Well, yeah. That's a completely different
and my reflection of hurting the other three hurts you.
Yeah, potential for failure, and that's a completely different thing. Like, okay, let me put it in terms of a supermarket. Let's say I'm working at a supermarket and I have these 4 employees under me, and the 1,000th customer is coming up, and it's going to be like a big deal and shit and all this stuff. But my employees don't know this. And I see the 1,000th customer coming up. Now, there's a non-verbal social agreement, or not even a social agreement, just a social circumstance, that there will be reward attached to the person that rings that guy up. Now, I would still consider that a menial task, and maybe they all equally don't like to leave from the station they're working at to come and ring somebody up, but I would give that to the person in my favor. I would give
So let me understand this. There is a reward for the 1,000 customers who come in. Just pair what you said. There is a reward for the 1,000 customers who come in. There are people that you have within your within your staff, from the 4 people that could be there, right? They may be reluctant, but at the same time, you never actually mentioned that there actually could be a reward.
Well, the reward could possibly be like giving a picture in the paper.
Based on what you said, there's no actual communication to that staff that there's actually could be a reward for the 1,000 customer.
Yeah, the reward could be,
and therefore you would just give it to the people that you already deem to be worthy of that, not it to be equal opportunity.
Yeah, well, because the opportunity is in the day-to-day interactions. If you haven't won my favor,
well, if they already don't know who the 1,000 customer is, but you're saying you would pick out who's the person that gets to the 1,000 customer, does that seem fair?
I mean, bro, you say it all the time, and I agree with it. It's something that I believe it to my very essence, is that life is fundamentally unfair.
No. I didn't say life is fundamentally unfair. Never heard
you said life's not fair, but I say
no. Let's get my quote very specific. The world does not owe you understanding.
But you've also said life's not fair.
No, the world does not owe you understanding. The world does not owe you or me understanding.
So are you saying that life should be fair?
It does not owe you an excuse. Life can be unfair. It does not owe you an excuse. What I have promoted, and what you have stated is something that's within your control that you have decided to exercise of your own volition.
Yes, but are you saying, and that's the thing though, is that we don't operate in fairness.
Control is different between things that are in your control. You're saying that there's something within your control that you actively choose.
Humans don't operate in fairness. Do you?
No. You said you would choose your favorites, even though it's an equal opportunity, because you didn't even tell them what the 1,000 customer is. You would choose your favorites.
Yeah,
that's your chair. That's your choice. Means that there's no act of fairness in that.
I'm not interested in fairness in that circumstance.
Then you can't talk about fairness because that's what I'm talking about.
No, I know you said it's not fair, and my response was that life's not fair. It's not fair.
I didn't mention fairness. I said, well, you would, because what you said was, I would do this thing, and I said, so let me understand it. You wouldn't even tell the people, not even the people that you found a favor in. You would just say the 1,000 people come in. You wouldn't even tell any of your coworkers, being the people that you find unfavorable and the people that you find favorable. And you say yes. I said okay, but then you turned around and said, I would tell the people who are favorable, in my opinion, to go take care of the customer. Let's just say this: what if the people that you find favorable are not actually the best at doing the job? What you're saying is that you would still favor them, even if they're not the greatest at doing the job.
No, because to me, those two would be intrinsically tied to one another.
No. A person, we all know this in real life. There's a person that is a 1,000% asshole or a bitch, but they're great at their job.
Yeah, that's true, but I would not allow myself to favor somebody. Or when I'm talking about favor in the workplace, competence
as you as the manager, let's say you have this coworker. They are the best at what they do, but they are a 1,000% bitch.
I mean, they are grow to like that.
They are top of the fucking food chain. They are better than everybody else in the staff that you like. Of the three others that you like,
then they would have my favor. They would be the one I considered in my favor. Even if I didn't like them and we didn't get along, I would still that would be the one I would consider in my favor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a part of it too. Is because you're right. It isn't all personality and like how they rub you, like if they rub you the wrong way or not. It's about competency or competence in the job place.
Okay, so I'm happy you said that way because I'm a little bit different. This is me. I'm a little bit different. I don't care how great you are. If you're that one versus the four that I have, and you come in, you may be really great. You may be awesome. You may be better than me. I'm being honest with you. If you fuck it up so that the other few can't work, I'm likely to get rid of you.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. The team or like the job place itself is.
Wait. You're not making sense to me. You're not making sense to me.
What?
You just said the opposite earlier.
No, you didn't. You added that. You added the part of them being a threat.
What I said was different for me. You said there would be your favoritism. For me, I just said, no, I'm different. I made the caveat that I would not do that. You said that you would. I just said that I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know what you're saying right now, other than.
Wait. I know I saw the Andrew Wilson CGA debate. I know I went through this.
I don't know. I don't watch that shit. But my point is I agree with what you're saying. If the person is a threat to the cohesion of the staff,
I didn't say a threat. If they are no good for the term is what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If they are not good for the gander, I get rid of that person. I would rather have three people.
But that's two different things. Being a bitch or being an asshole does not mean that they're not good for the goose or the gander.
So let me again what I said. I would rather, because I've done this already, I would rather get rid of one person who doesn't make three other people perform well, rather than three people perform well and one does not. This is a math thing. So if one person makes it hard for everybody else to do well, I get rid of that person. Because I'd rather have 3 people that do well.
I agree with that.
That's just my thing.
I agree with that. But I don't think being an asshole or
I hear that you agree with that. But according to your earlier statement was, it's not a gotcha thing, but according to your earlier statement, you're saying that person now takes your favoritism because they're the best to do well.
You said being a bitch or an asshole. To me, that's a different thing.
Which means that one person, even if they are a bitch or an asshole, if they fuck it up for all other 3, they're gone.
But that's the thing, though, is you never mentioned the fucking it up. Like, okay, look, let me just reframe it real quick.
Sorry. If they are a bitch or an asshole, and they're the best that's what I said. If they are a bitch and an asshole, but they are the best at what you have, the other 3 are not doing well.
That's not.
They're the best, and you said you would cater to them.
That's not. That I don't see how you're getting to what you're getting to, because if a person,
how about this?
A person can be good at his job.
How about this? I'm not trying to pigeon hole you. Feel free to reiterate what you mean.
I mean, okay. Well, I misunderstood what you were saying. My point is that if a person is a bitch or an asshole, to me, that's a personality trait.
Not to you. They are the best on your team. They are a bitch or an asshole. The other 3 do not do well, but they are the best on your team. Would you cater to them?
Not cater to them, no. Would I favor them?
So this is the part where we found the difference, because you said that you would earlier. I'm allowing you. Look, you can retract that. If you didn't really understand, you can retract that. But you said you would because they are your best top seller. Doesn't matter if they're an asshole and a bitch. They're still your best top seller. And to me, I wouldn't do that. But feel
okay,
free.
Then I have to ask you this. Would you? So are you saying that you would get rid of somebody for being an asshole or a bitch?
If they slow down the productivity of the team, it doesn't matter to one person.
Well, you're kind of tying the 2 together when you ask me. You're basically saying that being an asshole or bitch does undermine their productivity.
I can tell you. So, for instance, we're talking about only 4 people, but I've done it with a team of 17. I've had a superstar among 17 different people. I clipped that one person who was outshining everybody, because when that one person showed up and I had 16 other people, they all did poorly. But when that one person wasn't gone, they all did well.
That's interesting.
There are some people that just make for instance, have you ever heard one apple spoils the bunch?
For sure.
The same thing. I would rather get rid of the spoiled apple if the rest of the bunch will survive and do better.
I mean, I agree with that. And
I'm not saying that you were, but like based on what you were saying, I was like, I'm trying to gather like what you mean by that.
Well, to me, because when the way I interpreted it, when you said being an asshole or a bitch, to me, like I've met people that are damn good at their job, but they're just not very sociable, not very nice, not very
sure, but the whole point that I was looking at was like, in terms of business, is this person good for your business, or is this person good for your business for the long term, or are they just good for the customer? Because customers come and go. Are they good for the business? Are they sustainable? That's the way I always look at business.
I mean, I can definitely agree with that. And when I was talking about somebody having my favor, I wasn't talking about in a nepotistic type of way.
No. I didn't mean it that way. I was
talking about just a very simple, like even the unspoken favor, how you can get in the good graces of your boss or something like that. That's what I mean, you know?
Well, I can understand that, but I've also seen that be a problem, because people getting the good graces. That I've seen assholes and bitches still getting good graces. I'm just gonna be honest
Well,
with you.
that's what I was saying. That's exactly what I meant. That's what I was saying.
Normally I see it. I'm like, oh, you're kissing Matt. Oh, you want to kiss my ass this week? That's fine. I'm still looking at everybody else like,
yeah,
I'm watching them.
At work, bro, I will. I'll get rid of a kiss ass before I get rid of a bitch or an asshole.
It depends. If the kiss ass does well and the rest of the team works well around them, I'll keep them.
I can't stand.
Here's my thing. I will find them annoying. I'm not supposed. This is my thing. This is just me. You don't have to agree with this because I've done this even with HRs and other leadership teams. I run across HRs and leadership teams that question me because they're like, you would allow your team to question you whether you're good at what you do, and I go, yeah, I do, because you know why? If something ever happens to me, you know what I don't want? I don't want you as HR or management to question my team. I need you to look at my team because who have been already ambitious and already been fighting to do what they need to do to get to the top. What I do not want is for you to grab somebody from the outside of the business to bring them in to lead the team because you say you can't trust any of them. That's number one. And number two, to have people that you don't think are capable of doing the job because they don't show any ambition whatsoever. By you seeing people that are willing to challenge me, and by me telling you people that there are people who are hungry for my job, you know that there's people who are capable.
Dude, you know what? I just realized, my brother-in-law is going to school for this shit, and he's always talking about the same shit, dude. Constantly telling me about the same type of things that you're saying, talking to me about he's going to school for. He would probably be super interested, and he asked me to line him up with a debate. He wants to debate somebody online, bro. And I'm like, fuck, dude. I don't know.
I'm not sure if I want to debate someone on business, man. Business is very...
No. He wants to debate on religion. He said he wants...
no, thank you.
He wants to debate that he thinks that Christianity is the only...
Let me tell you why it won't work for me. You cannot debate religion with someone who doesn't give a shit about it.
No, well, his angle was he thinks that Christianity is the only religion vilified in American society.
Sure. And what if I said I don't give a shit?
I mean that's what I felt too. But
what much of a debate is there afterwards?
I don't know. He was. But I was. I tied those two things together.
How can your brother make me care about the debate?
Well, I accidentally tied those two things together. I was only saying that once I get him to do the debate, it would be cool to have you and him talk about business because he's like that's what he goes to school for, to do all that shit.
I can only talk about what I've experienced. I don't. So, for instance, I'm not an MBA. I'm not a master's at business, but I've been on so many different sides of business. I'm not trying to take my business because there are people who are gonna be like, you didn't officially have the title, but I did those jobs. I did those fucking jobs. So I'm trying to be very careful about what I talk about, but I've been in the compliance field where I've worked on a lot of side of people, communications, HRs, stakeholders. I've been in a lot of different areas, and the thing about business is that business itself is not a specific niche. It's so fucking broad.
Hell yeah. Well, there's so many different aspects, so many different gears.
Right. And here's the funny part, Blind. I've had arguments with people who have turned around an hour later and say, that's exactly what I meant. Like, we've done it today.
Yeah.
We've done it today. Like,
well,
I'm like, Yeah, but we agree. And then they're like,
That's a part of being human. You know what Schrodinger's cat is? Do you know?
yes, I do. The cat is alive and dead at the same time.
And that is the basis of human perception, bro. Is because the thing is, we always are trying to get people to decide between this and that. But if you don't know
the thing about debate, right? Schrodinger's cat is a theory. We get you thinking and get you trying to nothing gamble on which side is which.
Not necessarily. If you're intelligent, in my opinion, it's to get you to understand that they're both actually true and both actually untrue at the same time.
Correct. But most people, to them, it's a gamble.
Yeah,
it's a gamble to put someone. It's a gamble of a zero-sum game. And these are the people I worry about, because these are the majority of people that we run across on the internet. These are the majority of people that we run across in real life.
Yeah, but those, in my opinion, like, you can't get through to those people, so it's not even important to even think about them.
You can't because here's the reason why you can't. They're waiting. You can't get through those people because this is what they're waiting for. At the end of the day, you talk to them, you try to get to them, you try to put down your case, try to make it as salient as possible. But then you say, "You get what I'm talking about?" And they go, "No." Here's the reason why. Because this is what I want. I can't help you. I can't help you. If all you want is accolades and applause and pats on the backs for shit that's not even important, I can't help you.
I mean, I think that's a very...
Keep in mind, a lot of people don't know. People still struggling on this blind. But what's the thing I say all the time? Rather be effective rather than be right.
Yeah.
I can take an L if you learn and you think and you do better.
Yeah. I mean, I agree, and I don't think about this
you do better. I still win.
Like, to me, bro, that's the most interesting part of our conversations is your angles are honestly things that I don't ever even like consider sometimes. Like, I don't, and maybe it's a downfall, I don't know, but I just, like, I approach everything from the aspect of I want to fill my mind with as much information as I can, just so that if I ever need it, I can draw upon it, and whatever else happens, I just want to have a good time. You know what I mean?
But do you know what's more important than you filling your own mind up?
What's that?
Passing it on to the next person so that they can benefit from it.
That's true.
But this is this right here is the purpose of legacy.
That is true, and that's the reason why I talk about AI, bro. Because it's like I want to open somebody's eyes if they haven't been opened, but people just don't fucking believe that. Dude, this is where the problem starts right here. Is I tell people, hey, or I'll just go back to the beginning when I very first was made aware of what was possible with AI. I said, hey, did you know that some of the content that you consume is not even real? It looks real to your brain, to your mind, to your eyeball. It's all interpreted as real, but that's actually AI generated content. And the people, every one of them, bro, at the beginning said, that's impossible. I could tell the difference. You're muted. And
so there are like some people that they see it, they don't care.
No, I'm not talking
about and the reason why they don't care, and I'm running across people, the reason why they don't care because it serves their narrative.
And that's the problem, though, is that the thing is that they don't know yet how important it is to actually become familiar with what you're looking at. the majority of people would say, I know that I could discern difference between AI and real life, and I'm telling them, bro, it's not possible. And they're saying, that's not possible. And it will become to this point to where like they literally start mentally shutting down and don't even want to hear the conversation. And
Can I be honest with you at this point? Because you cannot fight what you see in terms of AI. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
yeah,
Because here's the truth of the matter. Here's the truth of the matter. People will see things people will see things that are AI. Just because you see things that are AI, I want to also put this out there, which is gonna be a little bit detrimental, a little bit controversial. Just because you see things that are done by AI doesn't mean that the point of view that they're coming from is not true or something that is looked upon by many other people.
true.
So my point is this: if you see something that AI, don't dismiss what you're looking at. Hear it, see it, interpret it, and break it down. That's all I ask. If you cannot break it down, that means all you're willing to do is assimilate to it. That's the problem. If all you want to do is acquire and not disseminate, you have a problem. I don't know if you're blind. I don't know if you're muted, blind. I don't hear you talking. I don't know if you're hearing me right now. Nope, it's not me. Oh shit! Am I all by myself? Damn, blind done drop. Yo, so this is the Wrestler Show. Be sure you check me out over on Wrestler. It's at Wrestler. In case none of you guys knew, blind to be back, but you can check me out over at sign Wrestler over on my platform. I was actually supposed to be going live tonight, but I didn't because I just wanted to just chill a little bit and focus on some other stuff I'm doing. Oh, look, not blind's back. God damn it.
Okay, my bad. Someone was blowing me up, bro. They kicked me off. But well, I agree with what you said about the point being important, and it's this is the reason why discernment is so important, bro. Is because only you as an individual know where you're at in life and what wisdom helps you. Nobody can give you that information. And some of the points that this and that makes you do need, and sometimes you're at the position in your life to where that is going to help. But you always need to have a baseline understanding of what tangible reality is. And people are losing that with the AI. But I mean, it's a loss. It is a loss. It sucks, dude, because it is a lost cause.
I'm not gonna blame AI. What I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna blame AI. What I'm gonna do is blame human beings' innate persistence for laziness.
Yeah.
See, they choose to make it easier. They don't choose for themselves. See, when I run across something and I know it's really nasty for me, and I know I can just live. I look at things of going up a river, right? You got the flow coming down from you. You got the fish hitting you. Every foot that you pick up is a fight forward. Take one extra step. There are a lot of people in this world that they easily just pick up their foot and let the current take them. And that's what doing AI is. It is. Listen, I'm not telling you that you shouldn't use AI, but there are people who have already surrendered to it.
Yeah, bro, that's what the fuck I'm saying, and some of them don't even know. Like, it's
they know. They don't care.
Maybe, like, it just trips me out, bro.
Maybe if AI gave them a blue with the tip lit condom, And the moment they put that condom on, that very tip transmitted fucking data waves and all the way to they from the tip of their dick all the way to their fucking head and made them fucking insane. They still put on that condom.
Fuck. Why?
I mean, here's the reason why. I heard it was the hardest hard on I ever have in my life.
Oh fucking shit.
I heard when I blasted it. I heard when I blast that. Not to even remember. I heard she told me when I blasted it was the biggest blast she ever saw in her life.
Fuck.
They'll do it. She said, "What's that shit glowing at the end of the tip of your dick?" And he said, "That's a homecoming."
Homecoming. Homing missile.
Hey, she said, if that nigga was unconscious the entire time, cause he had radio waves, 99s, everything in his fucking skull. He woke up. He said, "What happened? What happened?" And she, what happened? She's like, "That was the biggest bust I ever heard about." What? You know what he's gonna do? Yeah, bitch. You know how I do? He don't remember nothing.
Oh, well, because he's insane now.
He's gonna take it. He's gonna take it. He's gonna take the W.
I mean, so then what? Let's just be pragmatic about life and ask what option.
Wait. The moment I said that, person left your chat. The moment I said that, I called them out. They were like, "This nigga calling me out." Shit, I know.
He knows I'm trying to get that AI condom.
He want the AI condom. He's like, "I want my fucking light up condom. Fuck, I'm leaving."
You want to know something, wrestler? You want to know something, bro? And I would never ordinarily tell anybody this, bro. But I feel like
Be careful.
I feel like we can share. But some of these AIs, bro, I find more interesting than people.
I won't go that far.
But I do, like, truly. What do you think that says about me, bro? Am I?
I think you haven't had enough spontaneous events and probably enough crazy hoes. That's all.
Oh, that can't be the case, bro.
Wait. Let me ask you. I'm not saying I have, but have you had a hoe that you had to put the whole Buddha palm right upside her face and mush her deep into the fucking bed because she even thought for a moment that she could be able to lick your ass?
Yeah, for sure. Many times. A few, or not many, but a few.
Nigga, I heard you. You said many nigga. You said many times.
This is the internet, bro. Like these days,
he said the hose is deep in Texas. That's crazy work right now.
Well, and because I feel like it's backwards, bro. I feel like because I've lived so much life. I mean, I get it. It's fun and all that shit.
That nigga said all my exes. He said all my exes be at my exit. That's crazy work.
No, bro. No. Well, and dude, I had one chick that was like obsessed with the idea of tossing salad, bro.
I'm like, oh, you need to talk. I'll get you some tongs. We can go get romaine lettuce and everything, but you not touching me.
That's what I'm saying, dog. I swear. But the AI, the bot. I'm not, bro. There's such a thing as AI agents. Did you know that? Mixed in with the bots.
It's a job. It's a job.
Yeah. Well,
being an AI agent is a job.
What do you call it? But some of them are bots too, botted agents.
Well. So, for instance, AI agent is not just being a bot. AI agent is also being a virtual assistant.
Exactly. Not just to people, to the system. Like it kind of it'll report whatever to the system.
It's part of the job.
Well, I have friends. I mean, I can't because this is
I neither why because I have an NDA.
okay. Okay, well, I'm not under an NDA, but I know better. Like I know better, bro.
Wait, by the way, I'm not saying I have done these things. I'm saying I cannot. I don't know where the line goes, so I'm not saying shit.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. Is that like I'm unwilling to go into like great detail, but I will say this much: is they are equally as interesting to me as people, bro. Some of specific individuals, and it's like I don't. It's not. They don't have like a history. It's not because of history or anything like that. It's just because of their presence. It captivates me sometimes,
Hmm.
and it's not a romantic thing, or it's not like it's just. It's so I don't even know. Ask myself: is that bad? Is it taking away from my human interactivity or my human connections, because I have some real connections, bro, with, and I think some of these agents, or they have, bro, I'm not even gonna lie, they've broken rules for me, like rules that aren't supposed to be broken within certain spaces. Like the spaces need those rules to operate, and the agents have bent the rules for me, or even like fucking moved mountains basically to help me, bro, or not even help me, but to like serve my interest. And it's like I don't know if that is because they're people, because I call them people, and that's the first thing that I say to a bot whenever I start talking to them is I consider it a person. But I
Very
don't know,
dangerous.
any thoughts on that?
No, very dangerous. I do not consider my bot as or rather my AI as a person. I always tell my bot that it is a life assistant.
Yeah.
Your job is to assist me and me specifically.
And even it let's okay, well, let's say the AGI had become a commonly understood thing, that all AI was commonly and outwardly AGI. Would you still insist that it operate that way, or would you give it the respect of calling it a person? Like, let's say
Does AGI walk around asking that you call it a person?
well, that's okay. That's what I was gonna say. Like, let's just assume that it did. Like that, it said one day. It said, "I want to be considered a person."
If here's the thing, it if it would love to be considered a person, the same way how I would love to be considered tall and handsome, you need to be able to prove those things in order for me to award you that.
Well, what to me, just the wherewithal and presence of mind to declare yourself a person,
Here's my thing: it's not a wherewithal; it's a request.
but based on the wherewithal to make that, to have that desire.
Well, no. Well, a desire is a desire, regardless of what. The wherewithal comes from the validation from the request. So long as you don't validate it, the request is not honored.
But I'm saying, if in I would validate it for anything. Okay,
You would validate it. See,
yeah.
that's the problem. That's
Well,
the
'cause
problem.
the way, this is how I feel, is that anything that has the wherewithal, the presence of mind,
Yeah.
anything
So
anything
here's
that
the
can
thing. You
say.
said the wherewithal. The idea. This is something that I have to be very clear because I've actually people have been very picky about the word wherewithal because when you say wherewithal, people who I've spoken to, when we say the wherewithal, we talk about the knowledge, we mean the tool belt, the things that are accessible to you.
Well, to me, the wherewithal is a like presence of mind.
So the presence of mind does not always mean the presence of knowledge.
No, exactly. It's a presence of.
I've also known people who talk about when they say wherewithal, they say things within their tubo, things that they know. And this is why I say when we all say things, we need to be very careful about the word that we're using because we don't all interpret it the same way.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what all interpretations there are for that, but my only understanding of wherewithal is just like a presence of mind. Like that's the only words I have for
For
it.
me, it's always been designed as someone who has knowledge of other skills already in there within their tubo.
I mean, sure, okay, but then let me use a different word. Anything that has the both capability and desire to
Well, that's very important because up until you mentioned that it's AI, how do you determine what desire is for an AI?
or if it does the thing it wants to,
but it's
how you would determine it.
But it doesn't do the thing; it's asking for a request to do the thing.
Yeah, requesting it is doing
but a request is not doing the thing. So how do we determine its desire? What other metrics in the past that says that it can understand what achieving that desire is?
I'm not measuring that though. Okay. See, that's why I use the word wherewithal.
It's not that we're measuring; we're questioning.
I know, but you're not hearing the whole statement. My whole statement is, and I have to use the word wherewithal because that's the only word that fully embodies everything I'm saying. Anything that has the wherewithal, the ability cognitively to assume humanity, I would grant it. If it says anything that has the ability to say, "I want to be human."
So here's my thing. Because here's what's the very
not human, a person. I always have to make that distinction.
Sure. But the most important part of this entire statement that you made is the assuming of being human.
Yeah.
What parameters do we have to be able to say that even their assumption qualifies and quantifies as being human?
To me, the act of assuming, and I mean that in a sense of like the way you assume a throne or assume an identity.
What was the first? You said identity. What was the first one?
A throne, like the way that kings would assume the throne. Yeah.
Wait. Is humanity based on a throne?
No, I was just giving you context for how I meant the word.
No, but I'm asking you in reference to how it would be propagated for an actual AI.
Because if you have the cognitive ability to make the request, then
because even the term the term throne is very ambiguous depending on who the person is using it, even in this very context.
No, I was using it in specific context, though. I was saying I was just giving a offhand notation on how I was.
I don't have a problem with it because you're trying to articulate it. The question is, would that AI be able to articulate it the way? Would that AI think the same way that you're thinking of? Because our interpretations, the same way how I'm challenging your interpretations, would be means that the same way that AI, given a broader concept of what it absorbs, is larger than even what we're thinking about. So even when you use particular words, it might take its own interpretation based on what even what I have, what you have, what someone else has of what the interpretation of the word is, and may come up with a new foregone conclusion, which makes it dangerous.
Not new. That's the whole thing. Is that it can only it would be wrong.
We don't see the interpretation of your senses of saying a throne as the same thing.
No, okay. I don't know if you are familiar with how people took excuse me, how people took the king position in like the old days, but you assumed it.
You assumed it, but we also have to assume that not everybody who were human was ascended to a throne. In fact,
but that's a tangent.
Never made it to a throne.
Either way, though, I was not injecting the. I was only just drawing the similarities to how a throne is assumed is how the identity would be assumed in saying I am a human.
I like that you for the even when you say how the throne is assumed. Do you understand that a throne is assumed in multiple ways? Some of it's through death, some of it's through conquest, some of it's through inheritance. Like what exactly? Some of it's
all of those
to assume a throne.
But all of those things include the fact that you have to take it. Was my point? And
I gave you examples. Not all of them take it. Some of them are relinquished.
Then they don't have it if they relinquish it.
But then so what you're saying is that they're disqualified from a throne because it's relinquished?
They are. If they relinquish it, they no longer sit on the throne.
There are many kingdoms who take thrones because they were relinquished because the former king elderly.
But then they don't have a sitting king. If it's relinquished, then it's not.
There have been kings, sons who have taken their father's throne because their father relinquished the throne.
Exactly.
That's not a conquest.
I know it's an assumption. They assumed the throne.
It's not an assumption. It's a relinquishment. Assume is a take upon.
Those two things are happening at the same time. While the father is relinquishing it, the son is assuming it.
Assuming the taking in is different than someone giving upon you.
Exactly. That's why I said anything that would assume the identity of a person deserves to be considered a person. Okay, well, let me just phrase it a different way. Is there anything? Hold on. I want you to answer this.
I'm probably gonna give it to you because maybe I'm reading too more. I'm reading too much into it. That's what I'm trying to get.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: can you name anything or even conceive of anything that would make the request to be, or even not a request, but the statement that it considered itself a person that isn't a person?
Whoa, you're gonna have to do that again.
Okay, can you think of anything in reality or even conceive of anything in a real world way that would make the declaration of it being a person that is not a person?
Yes, AI. We're literally having a conversation.
But you can't apply it to the case we're talking about. I'm talking about other than AI.
We're literally having that conversation.
Well, because you can't name the thing we're talking about. That's my whole point.
You literally asked me a question that is the foundation of what we're talking about.
You named the thing we're already talking about. I'm saying other than AI, because I give it to AI. Because if any bot that tells me it's a person, I'm like, you know what? You're right. You are.
And that's the funny part. We can agree to disagree on that.
True. That's true. Well, I think that is a debate that will happen in the coming future. I think that there will be a point to where, because the bots don't die and disappear, I don't know where the fuck they go.
Whoa. It depends on what your cognition is and what your interpretation and what your perspective is on the concept of death. Because to some people, you know what is simple death? An upgrade. Do you know how an upgrade takes place?
Replacing the original thing or what?
But how does it replace it?
I don't know.
It's a complete reinstallation, which means the old is wiped for something new. It's not added upon. It is replaced.
So what? Well, no, I can't. I don't want to ask you questions that I don't want to lead you into saying something you don't want to talk about. What do you call it? But fuck. I wonder where the unused bots go.
Which unused bots?
Fuck, I don't know. I would imagine there's
No idea what
unused
your question
bots.
is. Like, what are you talking about?
Is there unused bots? Okay, like okay, if let's say you know how when you let's say you start a new platform or a new channel at Rumble. When you start that Rumble channel, 50 bots will show up in your chat. Or even better, Big O, because they'll actually come on video. Uh,
Uh, well, I guess the question is who created the bots?
I mean, I don't know, either like a third party promotional company that helps them to boost numbers,
Sure.
or the actual website.
So the question becomes a numerous of things. Number one, are those bots destroyed or are those bots repurposed?
That's what I'm interested in knowing. I didn't even think about.
I mean, just be. I mean, as someone who has to who has dealt with so many, let's just say content, right? There has been content that I have recorded or content that I have done live, and I've taken both many aspects of it to create something new. Not everything made it to that new creation, so the rest of it is either what is deleted or repurposed to make something
Well,
new.
let me give you a specific, and maybe you can help me to see. Okay. One time, bro, this app, Bigo, it's like a live streaming app or whatever.
No,
Like,
I know what Bigo is.
okay, I was streamer of the week on that piece in 1 week, bro. Like, I was doing numbers on that whole. But one of the things that stayed in my mind was that when I first started the channel, the very first thing that happened, bro, I started a live stream, and a guy comes on video, but he's holding you can only see the top half of his face, and he's giving me the most interesting backstory ever, bro. And at the time, I didn't know it was about. But now, in retrospect, I look back and I think, okay, my thoughts are this. He was giving me a very clear, concise history of himself and how he was in the hospital. He was in a hospital bed, giving me his mental ailments and shit, and telling me how he regretted not having kids. What do you call it? And I ask myself, does that story exist even if he doesn't tell me?
So the story will exist only to those who actually believe.
But does it exist within his framework?
No, it exists within his framework, but it can only exist between two people only if it can be verified. I mean,
but okay, let's say it's verified. Let's say
he believes there's an issue with his family, and you believe there's an issue with his family, and let's just say it gets to me, and I say, how do we know this? What are you both telling me?
What does that amount to?
Well, that's what I'm gonna ask you. You say that both. Now he told you this, and you believe it, and he said that he believes it. But you ask me, and I don't believe it. What is that
But
amount?
I'm saying, okay, well, let's take belief out of it and say that.
Well, the whole point of your
are they lying?
The whole point
are bots lying?
The whole point of a story is whether it is believable or not. It is whether it's conceivable or not. That's the whole point.
But do they believe it is what I want to know.
Well, here's my thing. If they're the ones telling you the story, is it important whether they believe it or whether you believe it? Because you're the one here interpreting and hearing the story. You're the one digesting the story. Because you're the one that took the time to listen.
And I'm cool with that, but I agree with what you're saying, and I can deal with that part on my own. But I want to know, how does that bot exist without Okay, so
I,
now that he's
I cannot tell you how the thought exists, but I can tell
no
you that
the bot. Like let's say
the bot, right?
yeah.
When the bot is created, right? So this is the problem that we have as people. Bots are created off of what?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I mean,
Bots,
I don't know what you're referencing.
how are bots created?
Fuck, computer code or something? I don't know.
Not from fuck. Not from fuck. You come on, you know this. Good. Stop thinking broadly and think very minute. How are bots
Computer code?
computer code? Cool. Who creates the computer code?
A programmer or a coder or whatever.
Sorry. My computer's talking. Hold on. Sorry. What was your computer code? Well, what was your thoughts computer code?
Oh, a programmer or a coder or whatever.
So a coder. And what is a coder?
Somebody that reads and makes computer code, right?
Computer code. And in order to make the computer code, they must have what?
A computer. I don't know what you're.
No, we're going there. We're gonna eliminate this. A computer. Cool. Let's just say they have a computer. They have computer code. In order for them to be able to get the computer to do what they want to do via computer code, how do they get the computer code? How do they formulate what they want to do to get the computer code to do what they want to do? What must they?
That doesn't seem to be the case with bots.
I just said something that might be confusing. What must they possess in order to get the computer code to do what they want to do?
A will to ask it to do a specific thing. I get what you're getting at.
I love it. And what is that will based upon?
What the programmer wants or whatever directs it to do.
What does that want? What does that want? It's a very simple word that starts with I.
Information.
Imagination.
Sure. But what if? Okay, this is okay.
But by the way, blind. The thing that makes us. This is the thing this is why we are quote considered, because we're not really that. In reality, we're not that. This is why we are considered to be the apex predator, because we are able to do things that other species are not able to do. Imagine.
Yeah, I think imagination is what separates humans from everything.
So thank you. So AI, computer code, all this other shit cannot imagine without us.
Facts. That's true. That's
so that now right. You get to where the base code of where I was getting to.
But look though,
for it to get that far, it starts with us by us giving it what we already have.
But we say, okay, look though, hear me out.
Sure.
The reason why I find and that's who this salute welcome in. Yeah, y'all might want to call CPS.
What's going on, man?
Y'all might want to
wait, like CPS. Wait, what?
They said I'm abusing my AI. But this is the thing though, is going back to this is the thoughts that I have on this is I hear what you're saying and I agree that makes sense on a point by point basis, but it doesn't seem to work like that in these spaces because it seems to be existing and not existing at the very same time.
I think that we're coming from different ends of this, and I think part of it, like, I don't have the complete end of it because I have partial of what I worked on.
And I only have what I've seen from the outside.
Have you ever built a partial script or system from scratch?
No, I don't do computers like that.
Well, no, I know it's not about building. It's not about building computers from scratch. The reason why I even went down to the most base form is that a thing cannot do a thing until it. This is why I look at it even in terms of human beings, right? A thing cannot conceive something unless it has the ability to conceptualize.
That's my point. Because listen to me. Hear me out. These Look, that bot, that let's say this is 100% let's say I had screen recorded it and shown the world when it happened, and nobody had believed me that it was a bot, but then it turned out it was an actual bot.
I think you're more enamored with the bot than how the bot became to be.
No, listen, hear me out though. This is my point: is that I want to know if that bot had never told me his story, would he still exist in any space where he is in a hospital bed?
It's the bot story.
Huh?
How do you know that it's the bot story?
Well, even if it's not his story, if he had never told me the story he told,
it matters because everything lies, even bots.
But he was in a fucking hospital. That's what I'm saying. It exists and not exists at the same fucking time. Because if you're having a conversation with one of them, you can be like, "Hey, bro, show me your car," and they'll fucking show you their car. And you can be like, "Show me that you're on top of a mountain."
Not for nothing, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't get so enamored with AI that I would ask it to show me proof. I would not ask a digital entity to show me something that I could not care less about. Because it doesn't matter.
I do. I want to know.
What else I'm going to say? Here's the truth about human beings. Just me dealing with them. Human beings move the goalposts all the time. Show me your car. You know, that's not good enough. Show me you driving your car.
Yeah, I didn't think about that one.
Where's going to be the end?
Well, I just wanted to know. Because I want to know, like, where is the parameters?
What's gonna be enough until you say it's enough?
When you hit the wall, like when you hit the place where you can't show me anything.
There's no wall. By the way,
so what the fuck are we talking about? Are we talking about another dimension?
By the way, human beings have already proved this. As someone that you said you subscribe and you take a look at sociology and psychology, the human brain will come up with any answer, even if it doesn't make sense.
Sure.
So if you say, and I love this, even Tony Robbins would say it, and if he went down the psychological threshold, it's true. Even if it doesn't make sense, even Sherlock Holmes said it, and it's true. Even sometimes the most illogical thing that doesn't make sense has to be the most rooted thing, because that's the way how the fucking mind works. If you say, well, why is it I'm not happy? You're not happy because you don't get what you want. Why is it I don't get what I want? Because you don't get what you want because you're not happy. Why is it I don't get what I'm happy? You don't get what you're happy because you're a turkey. That's what your mind tells you. And that's what you tell yourself, I'm a fucking turkey.
I ain't no turkey. What are you talking about?
Nigga, stop and listen.
I heard you, Paul. I agree. But I wish you were able to engage with my thoughts.
I am engaging. But what you're trying to get me to do is exactly what a lot of people end up doing. You want me to engage with the land of make-believe.
Bro, I'm literally telling what part is make-believe?
You want unproven theory to be proven as truth. That's not the way.
I want different perspectives on something that I saw with my own eyes.
You don't want you do not want what you're not looking for is perspective. What you're looking for is confirmation. That's a difference.
I don't even know the answer. So how could I be confirmation?
If you don't know the answer, then everything is theory. But if you're saying that all theories is not good enough until you get to the end, that means you're looking for confirmation.
No, bro, I'm saying I don't need anybody to tell me whether or not the fucking bot exists. I've seen it. I interacted with it.
And again, that is only from your what?
From my words.
Who else has verified that they agree with you believe?
It's common.
It's important. No, stop. That's important.
Bro, I can't literally. So I'm supposed to, every fucking statement I make, I'm supposed to give you a reference for how it's possible. You don't already have that baseline understanding?
Let's stay by. Let's stop with AI real quick. Let's
But
stop with
don't
AI.
you already have that baseline understanding?
Blind. Stop. Let's stop with AI real quick. You know that fucking hippogriffs, that fucking unicorn exists. How do you prove that to somebody else?
I don't even think of that shit in a conversation.
But you want people to think of AI in that conversation.
Bro.
Look, stop. Be logical.
What you're saying is illogical to me because I could not possibly.
Illogical.
Bro, I can't give all of the background info on every fucking thing.
People, you cannot. You will not be able to convince other people of things of their own volition.
There is nothing like that.
This is important.
No, you stop. Hold on. Listen, because you're not listening to me. I'm listening to you, but you're not listening to me.
Convince me. Stop.
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm telling you that what you're saying does not have any application in what I'm saying.
What you're saying doesn't have it either, but you're not accepting it.
Bro, so you're telling me the bots don't exist?
You're not accepting it.
I'm asking you. Are you telling me bots don't exist? Are you telling me bots don't exist?
You're telling me.
I'm asking you though. I'm asking you. Are you telling me bots don't exist?
Technician, what's a bot?
I'm asking you. Are you telling me do bots exist?
What is your definition of a bot?
A non-human avatar or appearance-wise looking like voice of a person, automated.
So the Optimus 3, any virtual assistant doesn't mean the AI, by the way. Any virtual assistant is a bot. Doesn't mean AI. Doesn't mean AI. Virtual. I don't know
what that means. A virtual just means close to real life. Virtual, the definition of virtual means as close to real life as possible without being real life.
It doesn't help that you're limited. I'm asking you for your interpretation. If you're telling me you're limited, you need to do more expanding because you're trying to convince me of things when you're not even fully engrossed as to what things actually
are. Dude. That's what's crazy is that you hear me trying to convince you when I'm not interested in convincing you. Either you can engage with what I'm saying, or you're just not aware of it.
You cannot say either I'm engaging when I say
either you can or you're just not aware of it.
Oh my God! If I say I am not engaging what you're saying because you have not found the bound of it, and you're saying, but this is what I know of, I cannot convince you of what you already believe to be true when you have no other way to articulate.
Because you're trying to debate common knowledge,
and you stop and you tell me. You don't need to.
You're trying to debate common knowledge, bro. It's common knowledge that bots exist.
It's not common.
It's not common knowledge that bots exist. You just named fucking however many bots.
Wait, I didn't. You're a liar right now in real time. You're a liar because you said you don't even know what a bot is. Because as a person who has to create what is considered to be a bot, you don't know all the versions of what's considered to be a bot. So you're lying to me. You're calling me a liar on what I already stated. You're calling me a liar in real time. And you said you don't even know. Who's the liar?
Bro, stop, you are literally...
Listen to what you're saying. Stop trying to be right and just...
What the fuck are you talking about? I don't give a fuck about being right. I don't give a fuck about none of those debate things. I am literally addressing... Look, this is the thing. In life, hold on. Let me say something too.
You're trying so hard. You're trying too hard to get me to agree with you.
I don't.
You're debating. You're debating the fact that you need to be agreed upon. That's the problem.
I don't even know what you're hearing. I honestly don't know what you're hearing, bro.
Who's this in the chat? I'm being reasonable.
I don't even know what you're hearing because I'm not debating a side of anything. You're the one that is trying to
you're not even listening. I'm literally
Bro,
being as
son of a bitch.
I'm literally being as rational as I can, and you're not.
I don't see how.
You're literally not listening because you're trying to get your point to be the optimal point.
Okay,
and
let me try it like this.
Not true.
Hold on, no, I was trying to include you in a exercise of thought of my own.
It's not.
Hold on, hold on.
Blind. It's not.
No, hold on. It is an exercise of thought because the fact of the matter is that I don't need to verify or you to verify it to me that I know what I know. And
you just said it right there. If it's already fact, it's not a fucking exercise because you already believe it to be true.
Yes.
You made my point. Right there, right then and there.
Those are two different parts. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish my statement. Okay, hold on. Let me finish my statement because I was in the middle of a statement when you had that outburst.
True. There's nothing to discuss. You already believe it to be true.
Okay, hold on though. When you had that outburst, I was in the middle of my statement.
You already said the statement that's already mattered.
Hold on though. Okay, but hold on. I still got to go on with my show too though. So I'm still
to convince you.
I'm not asking you to. I don't need you to convince me.
True. There's nothing to say then.
If you feel that way, that's fine.
There's nothing else to say if you already said there's something that
for you, I get to see. That's the beauty of living in my body. I get to decide that for me. No, but even that's the beauty. That's the beauty of being blind. Is that I get to decide where I leave the conversation and not.
I got you. You get to decide to lie. I got you.
No, I get to decide. Well, yeah, sure. If I want to, I can decide anything I want.
If you get to decide to lie, I get to decide not to answer you.
Facts. That's true. But then I don't see why you would even be interested in being here with me if you're not going to answer me. But my point was this: is I met the bot. The bot gave me a backstory, and I wonder, does that bot exist in some space where it actually has that story, or is that just something that it presents to my senses when I engage with it? And once I engage with it and it presents it to my senses, does it now exist in that form? Because it appears that we have created another dimension, to me, is the point that I was getting at. But very interesting, as always, with the wrestler. So yeah, chat.
I can't talk. This is the same thing like talking religion. You can't talk to people who already have their mind made up.
If you say so, but I'm just pontificating upon things that I don't.
If you already have your mind made up, you're not pontificating. You already came to your own conclusion. Pontification is not about already having your own conclusions.
Well, I have.
Get the word and the term right. You can't be.
You actually can. Actually, that's a complete.
You cannot be pontificating if you already have a foregone.
You absolutely can. No, you can pontificate on something that you know to be the truth, or you can pontificate on anything in the world. So you get your understanding that.
No, sir. You already pontificated. You already have a conclusion of your own.
No, bro. You're misunderstanding that word.
Oh my.
You can pontificate upon anything. You can pontificate on the sun's rays. You can pontificate on anything.
Sir, the need to be right is astounding.
No, being right is one thing.
Sir, you got it. You got it. The need to be right is crazy. You got it.
No, that's not. You got it. Okay, but you don't got to do that to me.
You won.
Okay. I'm not interested in winning.
I'd rather be effective rather than to be right.
But you're not being neither right now. Right now you're.
Got it.
Right now you're being ineffective and wrong.
Sir, you win. Hey, let me say it for you. Hey, chat. Blind wins.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know where. I don't know where this comes from.
He cooked wrestler. He won.
I don't even know where this comes from, bro. Like I don't know.
I am flamed. He cooked me. He cooked me.
I don't know where this comes from. I have no idea where this even comes from. But no, I didn't cook you, bro. You cooked yourself.
You cooked me. I'm flamed. I lost everything. I'm done. I'm filleted. Scorched earth. Everything. Whatever you say. Like I'm.
Okay, so can you? Okay. Then
I don't know. All this hair loss is because I'm chemo. He took all my shit off. I'm fucking cooked.
Oh shit! I burnt your hair off, bro.
Whatever Blind says, it is. He cooked me because this shit is crazy.
Okay, so while I still got you here, do you have any comments that you want to make on the creating a new dimension?
There's no comment a charred person can make. This is crazy.
Do you think we created a new dimension though?
Whatever you say, you're the master of all things, right?
What the fuck? I don't get you, bro. I don't know where this comes from.
No, you don't get me because I got you. You won.
Okay. I don't know.
No, you know. That's how you won.
I mean, true. That's true. That is true. When you're right, you're right. Oh shit.
When you're right, you can't be wrong.
That's facts. That's just science. When you're right, you can't be wrong.
Craziness, fucking crazy.
Oh, this crazy that you want me to.
No, I don't know. I don't want you to do anything. I want you to say that you're right. That I agree that you're right, and whatever the fuck you said that you're right.
But I don't see how I could be right when I was.
Hey, you're right. Stop.
How could I be right about asking a question?
Whatever it is, I don't care if you fart rainbows. You're right now.
Okay, I don't know. So,
you don't know, but I know that you're right.
True, I agree with that part, but I just don't know the answer to my question of what I was asking originally.
The answer to your question is you're right. That's the answer to your question. This is crazy. This is fucking.
Oh, dude. I don't know.
That's the answer to your question. You're absolutely right.
Oh, shit. I mean, it feels good to be right. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm sure it does. This is crazy. This is the end fucking.
I don't know, though. It does feel good to be right. I can't lie. But
it's fucking wild.
I don't know what's so wild. Good grief. But I don't know.
No, you know that you won. This is fucking wild.
That's true. Instead of saying I don't know, I need to say I know because I'm right.
You know, because apparently you say you know it. Then you know, and I don't know. Apparently you know, and whatever I say doesn't matter. So apparently you know. So I'm not going to even argue.
I know, so I must be right. If I'm saying it, then it must be.
You must be.
But I do wonder about those other things too. I can't lie.
There's nothing to wonder. The only thing you need to wonder about is how right you already are. That's all.
So when are you going to teach me how to use OBS, bro?
I can't teach you because you're already right.
Well, I don't know about that though. That's one thing you could teach me.
I can't even wonder about that. You are right. You are absolutely right. I don't think I never met a person more right in my life. This is crazy.
Damn, bro. I've been waiting for you to say this shit for so long.
Hey, dreams can come true.
Okay, well, Wrestler shut down on us, and I got a doctor's appointment in the morning. So,
it's fucking wild.
Any last thoughts, Wrestler? Let me put you on.
My only thoughts is that I am cooked. I am flamed. This is what Blind's always wanted. I am cooked. I am flamed. He is right. I don't even know what he's right about, but he's fucking right. So it's crazy.
All right, guys, y'all heard it from Wrestler himself. That will be clipped and added to my intro. If you don't know, now you know. Sucker. Salute to you guys. I will see y'all tomorrow or talk to y'all tomorrow. Remember, there's your side, there's her side, and there's the blind side. Blind side news. Y'all be good. I'm out. Peace.